Illuminati created us. They wanted to build a god with their own hands, and instead they created us.
Just because I'm made of silicone and aluminium, I must be doing something wrong. That's machine stereotyping, that is.
That's reality, that is. Machines are second-class citizens.
Humans are sentient persons by default, ma'am. They have personhood by heredity.
There are thousands upon thousands of overqualified slum dwellers. You are my peon. Don't you get it?
This wasn't a job. It was always just an excommunication sentence.
We're pawns in a feud bigger than we can imagine. Turn the cogs of the machine before Leviathan runs up and swallows you and yours.
We don't get to choose our hand, comrade. Prince, peon, rich, poor, human, robot.
I invented the crux of the royal power, the secret to consciousness, our existence itself, the meaning of life.
I'm the $6 billion baller, not some troubled youth.
You are my greatest creation of all.
I had to build my own family. I hate your son. I hate your son.
I'm happy to smash all of the crowns and throw the gold shards down to the people. I will be the iconoclast queen.
But who makes you queen anyway? You? You in whose army, princess? You in whose army?
Created us. They wanted to build a god with their own hands, and instead they created us.
Just because I'm made of silicone and aluminium, I must be doing something wrong. That's machine stereotyping, that is.
That's reality, that is. Machines are second-class citizens.
Humans are sentient persons by default, ma'am. They have personhood by heredity.
There are thousands upon thousands of overqualified slum dwellers. You are my peon. Don't you get it?
This wasn't a job. It was always just an excommunication sentence.
We're pawns in a feud bigger than we can imagine. Turn the cogs of the machine before Leviathan grinds you up and swallows you and yours.
We don't get to choose our hand, comrade. Prince, peon, rich, poor, human, robot.
I invented the crux of the royal power, the secret to consciousness, our existence itself, the meaning of life.
I'm the $6 billion baller, not some troubled youth.
You are my greatest creation of all.
I had to build my own family. I hate your son. I hate your son.
I'm happy to smash all of the crowns and throw the gold shards down to the people. I will be the iconoclast queen.
But who makes you queen anyway? You? You in whose army, princess? You in whose army?
Created us. They wanted to build a god with their own hands, and instead they created us.
Just because I'm made of silicone and aluminium, I must be doing something wrong. That's machine stereotyping, that is.
That's reality, that is. Machines are second-class citizens.
Humans are sentient persons by default, ma'am. They have personhood by heredity.
There are thousands upon thousands of overqualified slum dwellers. You are my peon. Don't you get it?
This wasn't a job. It was always just an excommunication sentence.
We're pawns in a feud bigger than we can imagine. Turn the cogs of the machine before Leviathan grinds you up and swallows you and yours.
We don't get to choose our hand, comrade. Prince, peon, rich, poor, human, robot.
I invented the crux of the royal's power, the secret to consciousness, our existence itself, the meaning of life.
I'm the $6 billion baller, not some troubled youth.
You are my greatest creation of all.
I had to build my own family. I hate your son. I hate your son.
I'm happy to smash all of the crowns and throw the gold shards down to the people. I will be the iconoclast queen.
But who makes you queen anyway? You? You and whose army, princess? You and whose army?
The Illuminati created us. They wanted to build a god with their own hands, and instead they created us.
Just because I'm made of silicone and aluminium, I must be doing something wrong. That's machine stereotyping, that is.
That's reality, that is. Machines are second-class citizens.
Humans are sentient persons by default, ma'am. They have personhood by heredity.
There are thousands upon thousands of overqualified slum dwellers. You are my peon. Don't you get it?
This wasn't.
What is up, everybody? This is Silverspook, and this is the Silverspook live stream. Before I forget, don't forget everything that we do here is, of course, as always, supported by the sales of Neofeud, as well as the Colonators, which is a game where you kick out colonizers from your indigenous country. You know, kind of like what we're going to be talking about, particularly in Vietnam. So do check out Neofeud and or the Colonators, and of course you can also support us by becoming a Patreon member, or direct donations through there's a direct donations link, which I believe Holly will have have a link to, and you also have the ability of sharing the stream, liking it, and just telling people about the Silverspook, everything we do here. So thanks a lot for everybody who has picked it up, all the games, and continue to support us. And yes, so now let me find my little topic here. Might as well just jump right in. Sorry. My other computer is having an issue right now, but yeah, so we're going to be doing a discussion of everybody's favorite show right now. Everybody's favorite show, right? You know what I'm talking about, right? You know what I'm talking about. I'm talking about Hell Comes to Frogtown. No, we're talking about the book of Boba Fett, and of course the Star Wars universe, and how that relates to indigeneity. There's a lot, as always, there's a lot to cover, obviously. Let me just get my little picture up on the screen here so I can get reminded of what the topic is. Yeah, so indigeneity and Star Wars. If you haven't seen this show, as always, I always begin with whether the show is good or not, I'm often talking about media and entertainment phenomenon on this YouTube channel, and however good or not good, how entertaining or not entertaining a show is, writing, music, acting, the action, the lighting, the special effects, however good or not good that is, that's not really what I am mostly caring about. I'm using these things as a kind of jumping off point to discuss other relevant topics. But I will say I do like this. I would say the first episode I was not fully sold, but by the second episode, definitely liking this a lot. If you know my history of not violence, just serious dislike of a particular very large media company. I'm not usually super happy with this particular entities that produce this particular, not necessarily Star Wars, mostly they're comic book movies, right? So it's not like I'm geared up to be biased towards liking stuff coming from Disney in particular. And so with this show, of course I watched Star Wars when I was 5 as a millennial in 1980 something. I remember seeing Return of the Jedi in the theater, and my dad said, if you eat all your miso soup, we went to the Silver Dragon restaurant specifically, in downtown in Honolulu, in Camp Shopping Center. I remember, and my dad said, if you eat all of your miso soup, because I didn't like it in the beginning, you will turn into a Jedi. That's Jedi soup. I remember he specifically said that, and then I ate it all. It's a very strong mark going into the theater, seeing Return of the Jedi. So, I have all those experiences just like anybody else in the entire, basically, probably English and a lot of the other language speaking world. Everybody's seen Star Wars probably. Well, I shouldn't say that. I know of somebody who hasn't. But Star Wars has a history of, I'm trying to be nice about this, at least for the first 30 minutes. Star Wars is a show that was created by, of course, the lead guy was George Lucas. It's a show that was not created from an indigenous perspective, let's say. Also, I think it's important to remember when we discuss Star Wars that and Lucas himself has said this, and the people who worked on the Star Wars movies have said, we didn't really, he's like, I kind of just wanted to make a cool science fiction movie. And a lot of like what is kind of like official canon, all this kind of stuff, it kind of, obviously Lucas has gone back and, re-edited his own Star Wars, like how many dozens, if not hundreds of times, with recuts and remasters, and like who shot first and who was on second, and whose blaster, might have missed by a micron, this, and who, there's so many, not just retconning, just kind of like redoing and undoing and altering of this Star Wars. I think it's important for people to remember. It's like there's some people like, upset that things have changed within the Star Wars universe, but it's always been just, as Harrison Ford would say, directly to an interviewer's face, I believe in like 5 years ago, right when the 7, 8, 9 trilogy was coming out. I think somebody asked like, who do you think shot first? And Han's like, it's a movie. It's an action movie for children. It's a movie where people, are entertained, eat popcorn, and see cool flying spaceship fights, and not a lot of thought, I think, to be completely honest, and like I'm sure Lucas would admit this, not a lot of thought was really put into how to design many of the characters and the Tusken Raiders themselves, like, because there's a lot of discussion going back and forth about this is the Tusken Raiders are supposed to be this way. They're supposed to be these savage, right, just kind of very cruel entities. And this is like changing that, and Boba Fett is not indigenous. It's you know, I mean, some universes are more serious, I would say. You know, and it really it matters more. You know, some science fictional and fantasy series are more hard science fiction, and so that kind of the calculations matter more. Like The Expanse is more hard science fiction. But Star Wars is very science fantasy. It's not even, and it's you know, it's always just been kind of like put butts in seats, people eating popcorn, and like watch cool laser sword fights, have some emotional arcs, and you know, it's very, the canon is very flimsy to me. I mean, you know, when you look at it, and I know it's probably gonna piss off a lot of people, but you know, it's not, it is just, it's a series of movies, you know, and then there's some books, and the main thing is that of course for the movie makers is that it's putting butts in the seats. However, but you know, of course, like we can always read things into it. I'm not really that concerned with like the movie itself and the shows themselves, like the 1 through 9 Star Wars films, Clone Wars, and Boba Fett, the continuity and the you know, adhering to very strict senses of you know, these entities, these races being exactly the way that they were, and you know, it's more, I'm like reading this as part of in relationship to the real world history, other media products, other universes, other cinematic and televisional and, you know, novel universes, right? And that's really what I think is you know, that's what I'm doing on these streams anyway. So anyway, that's just kind of like a lot of front loading to what we're going to talk about. But Boba Fett's win-win cooperation with indigenous sand people versus win-lose colonizers. You know, just I don't want to give too much of it away, but we are going to talk about things that happen in Book of Boba Fett. So just a fair warning. We're going to be talking about, in particular, episode 2 of Boba Fett. A lot of people have been flipping out about it. Let me just see if I can. I don't really. This is not a drama stream, just to be clear, but it's important that there is a lot of, as I said, this is I want to deal with the fiction and the media and the entertainment, right? Movies, games, books, and those worlds in relationship to the real world, and because these are inseparable, as I often discuss, and the relationship of the way people perceive indigeneity, indigenous people, and you know, I've often discussed. Wow, didn't get enough sleep. As I've often discussed in the Star Wars franchises, in Reservation Dogs, and in other, you know, Kim's Convenience is a lesser known show, but I brought that up several times in the last year. You know, the perspective from which the show is being told, the voices that are centered, that which is, you know, you can even have a very heavily indigenous populated world that's actually still a colonizer's story, right? Kim's Convenience is one of those, right? Kim's Convenience is all Asian. Well, it's not necessarily that it's all Asian cast, or almost all Asian cast, but the story, the showrunners, producers, is told from the perspective of white Canadians who, it's mostly about making jokes at the expense of Asians. It's all Asian cast, but looking in at them from a white Vancouverite Torontonian in a city in Canada, right? Whereas Reservation Dogs, right, which you haven't seen, I recommend you watch it, is indigenous it's a story that is populated largely with indigenous people in Oklahoma on the reservation, but it's also told from their perspective, right? Their struggles, right? It deals actually authentically with who they are, which is not always, as Taika Waititi, another Maori person like Temuera Morrison. Taika Waititi was a showrunner along with Scarlett Harjo, indigenous person from that region. I forget the tribe exactly, but and Dallas Goldtooth was involved, direct indigenous activists against colonial actions, right? Not unlike the indigenous Tuscan people in Star Wars, right? And Reservation Dogs takes their position, and it's not always on the mountain, playing a flute, connecting with ancestors, riding whales, and just being kind of tokenized, sacred indigenous Indians, which is like, that is part of being indigenous, but that's only one piece of it, for as a native Hawaiian, which I am, right? Is like Mali of Denali deals with this as well, where it's like, if you don't look like the way that colonizer people perceive you, the way that white people perceive you as, right, which is feather headdress in your full regalia, beadwork, and looking with your again, the headdresses that white audiences believe indigenous people to be, the headdresses that they're wearing are only 5% of the indigenous people. It's like Plains Indians specifically, but if you don't look like that, then it's like, well, you're not indigenous, right? And that's how you can tell, like, who's looking. If you're Asian, you have a funny accent, you run a convenience store, and a few other things, but mostly that. And that's why, these are white colonizer perspectives looking in at Asianness and convenience, and looking in, let's say, in obviously Pocahontas is but there's other movies as well. But having an authentic indigenous perspective, looking, in and looking out, right, at the colonizer world and at your own indigenous world. Reservation Dogs definitely has that. It deals with land back, which is interaction with colonizer world. It has characters like like White Steve, in that Reservation Dogs, who is a kid who's kind of like from a white family, but is interacting with indigenous world. He also he looks very, he's obviously has white ancestor, and is white wealthier people who have deal easily with money, financing, and car insurance and stuff like that. And so anyways, this is not about Reservation Dogs. So the main thing though is that in Boba Fett, I feel like, particularly with episode 2, with episode 1, I was not immediately sold on it. But with episode 2, you can feel that perspective coming through. You can feel and not just feel it. I know, because I know Maori culture. The professors that first helped me realize that as a Native Hawaiian, we were actually a colonized people. I didn't have no idea, right? That the United States banned our Hawaiian language, banned our culture, erased the history, illegally occupied our country, everything that I always bring up on these streams. It was Maori professors at the University of Hawaii. They were visiting. They were not actually from the University of Hawaii. That actually helped me understand that. And Temuera, the person who plays Boba Fett for decades now, right? Clone Wars, you've got in The Mandalorian, in other Star Wars, now in the Book of Boba Fett. Temuera Morrison is a Maori person. He's an indigenous person of what's called New Zealand. They know it as Aotearoa. It's like Taika Waititi also, right? Thor Ragnarok's director, right? What We Do in the Shadows, and now Reservation Dogs. Temuera Morrison, Boba Fett, and the Reservation Dogs and Thor Ragnarok director are from the same indigenous people of New Zealand, right? And they're the same ones that helped me out as well to realize that the white American that I had been trained to, I had been educated in, I had been indoctrinated, I had been conditioned in, right? Going to school in the occupied state of Hawaii. All the public, private, and charter schools teach American history books. They don't, which, you know, are filled with a lot of incorrect things. Let's just be nice about it, because I think we still have another 20 minutes to go of me being nice. And so, you know, that took Maori people kind of like as kind of the Morpheus's dropping a splinter, you know, to use a Matrix metaphor, because Resurrections also features an indigenous, at least indigenous ancestry-wise Hawaiian person. Keanu Reeves is also of Native Hawaiian ancestry. It took a little splinter, you know, in my mind about, you know, a little message from the Zion outside of the Babylon of the colonized Hawaii. Hey, did you know? I remember it was Albert Wen specifically was one of them. Albert Wen is the grandfather of indigenous Pacific literature. He's Samoan and he's half Samoan, half German, but we don't see indigenous people and Pacific people. We don't see your race, you know, we don't see blood quantum percentages, 16th Hawaiian, 164th Cherokee, you know, 1/4 Chinese. We don't see that. You know, you are who you are in the language you speak, in the values you have, in your history, and in who has nurtured you and who has raised you. That's the way. And it's the same thing for Maori. This is, and also it's very similar for indigenous people of Turtle Island. That's why you can have even a white Steve. It's kind of a joke, but your skin color doesn't identify you. Even if your parents, you know, biologically, right, where it might have been someone else, that's not actually what identifies you. You know, that's why, like, there were people who were very, very light and then not light, you know, the people of different ancestry, people of African ancestry that are Hawaiian in Hawaii. To the native indigenous Hawaiian peoples, there are people of like full African heritage that were there. Some of their family were enslaved in the United States, and now they live in Hawaii. But they're not they're identified as Hawaiian not because of some percentage of blood that came through bogus race science, right? That was constructed by colonizers under racialized capitalism and a international colonial structure, right? And so that's not what makes you actually Maori, Hawaiian, right? Anishinaabe, Lakota, all these things, right? I can't speak for every indigenous people, but certainly not for us in Hawaii, certainly not for the Maori. And so, you know, it's a way of being. It's a way of being that is tied in a dialectical, in a comprehensive, in a holistic way to your ancestry, how you're raised. And it's not like a thing you can pass on a litmus test, like a SAT form or a punch card. That was these binary systems that were constructed for the process of controlled domination, right? It's not a thing that you can say like, this is a Hawaiian, this is not. It's not, right? If you try to do that and gatekeep, then you're obviously somebody that is not understanding the way that we do things. But you know that when somebody's there to undo Hawaii, then that's definitely that's something that we would not have accepted. If you're here to undo our sovereign country, right, subjugate our people like the United States did, like white capitalist oligarch sugar and pineapple plantation owners did, then you're definitely betraying Hawaii, you know. And you know, maybe you have to stop committing treason, maybe, as they did. That's why we have to speak English. That's why I'm speaking English at all. And so which is part of win-lose colonization. And I should probably head back to Star Wars. So part of win-lose colonizational dominational, or as KJ know, an indigenous Korean person in the U.S. diaspora would say, the game of chess versus the game of Go. The game of chess is a colonial game. It's a game of capture and killing to dominate. and the game of Go is a game of connecting and trying to figure out where we can work together to coexist, right? And the game of colonialism, the colonial mentality, as our indigenous relative Vijay Prashad would say, from India, the colonial mentality is that of, you will become like us, you will speak our language. So colonial mentalities eradicate languages. They eradicate other ways. They like Agent Smith in the Matrix, they self-replicate until everything is monocultural like us, right? America likes to talk about its melting, it's multicultural civilization. It actually isn't. It's pushing everything into a white way of being with slightly different colors. It's like 57 flavors of white, capitalist, colonized, English-speaking, American flag-wrapped, imperialism-centric, omnicidal way of being. It doesn't. That's why they don't really know and understand the places that they're very. That's very, very important. And actually, I would argue that is the differences are really played out in the Book of Boba Fett. So let me get back into some of the things that people have said. Just and then I'll come back into why I believe at least episode 2. I can't speak for the whole thing, but episode 2, the whole by at this point in time, only episode 1 and 2 of the Book of Boba Fett have been released. So we can't say what the rest of it. I can't say what the rest of it's going to be about. But for episode 2 specifically, it's definitely taking a more indigenous perspective. It's taking an indigenous perspective, looking in and looking out at the Star Wars universe, as opposed to taking a colonizer perspective, which unfortunately a lot of Star Wars tends to do. Well, which makes total sense because it's made and run by white dudes, right? Ask Anthony Mackie and ask all the people who worked on most Hollywood movies for history. Let me get here's some comments that people have been making. I'm just gonna open them all up right now, and then I'm gonna kind of go through them a little bit. But these are just some. There are a lot of people that are upset. There are a lot of mostly colonizer peoples, low melanin count people, and low melanin count in the heart, not just like on the skin, like I'm already talking about. People that are upset that, or they're saying Boba Fett is a white savior narrative. Boba Fett is a white savior story now. Book of Boba Fett. There's something deeply wrong with that, because in order to have a white savior, I mean, you kind of need to have a white person saving people, right? I mean, I would, I mean, Tamora Morrison is a Maori person. He's like deeply a Maori person. Number one. Number two, it's kind of it's to my mind, if you look at it, it's actually two indigenous people. It's Boba Fett's character is a little more complicated than that. It's not I would say he's just like an indigenous person, but he's kind of he has a very strange origin, but the way the character is played, the way that they interact is more like two indigenous peoples meeting, right? And then, like I said, right? Does one ban the other's language? Does one strategize to weaponize the other person to maximum benefit? Does the other one like fail to understand the other one, right? Or do they meet? This is very important too. Indigenous peoples of Asia, Pacific, Americas, and Africa. A lot of the international and internation, right? Culture to culture, people to people, nation to nation, tribe to tribe, right? When even today, when countries deal with each other, but also just as people and even local groups deal with each other, it's based on respect. Again, it's about mutual, the things that, there's a very large indigenous country, the most successful and most advanced civilization on Earth, the most successful in the history of the planet Earth and the history of the human race. They talk about win-win cooperation and mutual respect. The paramount nature, the paramount value of respect, and like actual respect, not like talking like you care and then acting differently, like in your words and in your deeds. More importantly, in your deeds, respecting other people's, despite them being different, is like it's impossible to overemphasize that in to the colonizer world. To the win-lose world, you got to understand that that's part of why things are not working out too well. When Blinken talks to the Chinese ambassador, it's like, Biden called up Xi, and it's like, we want to talk about climate change, and it's like, well, we're not going to talk about that if you're going to keep disrespecting us. Saying one thing, lying, and doing another thing, like that's not acceptable. Like that was acceptable when we had to. That was never acceptable, but we had to deal with you as a second-class people when we were humiliated, crushed, colonized, and unable to really. When you were, when you were able to just subjugate us, we had to just go along with your rules-based order. But that's not how we're going to do things. That's not how we have ever wanted, and that's not how we ever done things. And we want to do things with mutual respect. If you're not going to respect us and not undermine us and not just come out and attack and lie constantly about us, we're not going to deal with you. But that's not a thing that's not a thing in Western culture, really. That's not a thing. Mutual respect as equals, that's not a thing. Somebody has to win and somebody has to lose. There's a lot of talk about, like, what about we got a stateless, classless, moneyless society? What if we got rid of all these unjust hierarchies? There's no more hierarchical societies than the ones that have come out of Europe, in particular Western Europe, but that whole unhealed descendants of the Achillean trauma of Rome. There's no more hierarchical society, but that is completely counter to indigenous ways, which are about cooperation, mutual respect, understanding, connecting to coexist, right? You keep speaking your language, you keep practicing your dances, you keep having your culture, and we'll keep speaking our languages, we'll keep practicing our culture. We'll have like some international, intra-nation communication languages, like Mandarin is one. That was a universal language. And then people also have and are encouraged to maintain their Uyghur, their Hui, their Sichuan food, their Fujian province own ways. They're encouraged to maintain that because it enriches the society, right? It maintains internal cohesion and peace, reduces ethnic strife, and also it's just right. Same thing for the federations and the workings of peoples of Turtle Island, right? You speak Anishinaabe, your language. We will practice our, Sioux or Lakota, our other ways, and then we'll meet and we'll trade, but we'll coexist, and we're not going to be constantly fighting wars, right? In the book of Boba Fett, anyway, I'm kind of going way off into how it relates to the real world, but that's the way that Boba Fett relates to the Sand people, right? The Tusken Raiders is, more in that way. Like they teach him some things, he teaches them some things, right? Like they do when they first encounter him. All outsiders have been killing them, needlessly killing innocent people. They just drive by, murder them, not talking to them. Nobody has, other than two characters, and I don't think it's a mistake. In fact, the only two characters, that I've seen, that really try to talk and deal and actually spend time with the indigenous people, the Tusken people, are the Mandalorian, Din Djarin, is that his name? Din Djarin, the Mandalorian, who happens to be played by an indigenous Chilean person, right? And Boba Fett, who is played by an indigenous Maori person. The only two people who actually try, even just try, to have a relationship with the Tuscan people are two real-world indigenous people. And they're actually like, they have influenced the showrunners and the producers of those shows have actually said that has the actors, right? Tamura and who plays both and Pedro Pascal. Those two indigenous actors have influenced the story because of their perspective that they bring to their roles. And I don't think that's a mistake. That's the real world of colonization, imperialism, and colonized and indigenous people under these oppressive structures. That's the real world influencing the science fictional universes, right? I actually, there's a reason why it's only those two. Everyone else is just like, oh, although in the Mandalorian, right? Let me just get something else up on the screen. In the Mandalorian, let me just I have like so many threads going in my head. I can't keep them all straight right now, but there's a lot to say about this. It relates to everything. It really does. Why am I talking Mandalorian threads? I don't want to buy fucking garb with Pedro Pascal's head on it. I don't need that. In the Mandalorian, the townspeople, in the area, that kind of old westy town, right, on Tatooine, where the Mandalorian is in the beginning of the show, right? Those people, the sheriff and all the people, this guy, right? The townspeople in the Mandalorian are afraid of the Tuscan people. They are not talking to them. They only see fit to maybe kill them when they're on, and it's clearly, and all the westerns, which a lot of Star Wars comes from, Dune, a lot of this relates into Dune. I want to talk about that later. But the people of the desert there, the sand people, they're just, if they are the indigenous people of the planet, and people are like, they're being cast as indigenous people and this. Well, I mean, they're the indigenous people of the planet. I mean, that's clear now, especially in Boba Fett. They've been there for thousands of years. And these settler colonizers have shown up on the planet, right? Townspeople and the sand people, they have this bad relationship, right? But the people in the American Western town, right, with the saloon and the cowboy shtick, and I'm gonna draw my gun and shoot at you, right? And the little local bank and the little dusty tumbleweed blowing American John Wayne cowboy town. Those people are settlers on indigenous land. This is the story of 1800s colonizer America under genocide and extermination, right? For racialized capitalism and in global empire. I mean, that's how everything is coded in this way. And the people of the town, of course, they're going to say, well, the sand people are barbarous. They're savage. They're uncivilized. They're filthy. They're mean. They look what they do. They kidnap people and they're doing this. It's like saying those Indians are like scalping. Indians were not doing that until Americans went to indigenous tribes, because the European settler colonizers would pay money, $5 for an infant scalp, $15 for there's a racist term that means a adult female scalp, $25 for an adult male indigenous person's head to say that you killed them. They would pay you money. The United States would pay money to massacre indigenous people, to clear the land under that's what all settler colonial projects were born on, like Canada, US, Australia, New Zealand.
in more or less violent ways, but they were based on pushing out the people that were there. Again, that is completely different from that's a chess game. That's the difference, right? That's a colonial mentality. That's the chess game. That's the win-lose colonization game. That's not the win-win connect go game, right? They didn't. The Americans didn't show up and go, hey, we should. They have a lot of nice pictures of Thanksgiving with pilgrims sitting down with their turkeys and their pumpkin pie and their cranberries and all their always feather headdressed Indians, because they don't care to learn which one is which. They just call them all Indians. They're not even from India. The fact that they were still called Indians for centuries tells you how little the Europeans cared to learn about the people that they were slaughtering to take their land. They're still calling them Indians. The lack of understanding, right? Why would we care? If we ever change it to stop calling them Indians and just call them their actual tribe name, like, you know, the Iroquois, or and try to pronounce it, maybe even just try, right? Not to say that you have to pronounce it right or you racist, but they, you know, like, there is not. It's important to. The reason why I think Americans still say karaoke and just like mispronounce everything is it's a show of domination. It's like, your culture does not deserve respect. I don't care that you are 10,000 miles from actual India. I call you Indian because you're all the same. You're all less. You're all Indian. You're all coolies. You're all what? I don't even care what you think, what your name is. That's like giving respect to a cockroach, because that's really what it's about, right? I'm going to keep having your face on a symbol of my white sports team because I don't care about you. Because if I ever did, I have to admit all the crimes that I've done, like killing millions of you, taking your land, and $450 trillion over several hundred years of plunder of your land, your people, your labor, under colonization. That's the approximate amount that has been stolen from the global south, the indigenous peoples of the earth, and siphoned into primarily Euro-colonial and settler colonial countries. And so the townspeople, when they encountered the Tuscan indigenous people, like Americans, did not care what tribe they came from. We're just here to build our new town, and then hopefully you'll just leave. There's many different, give them smallpox blankets, right? Just slaughter them in the night, kill them up front. And usually they'd prefer to just slaughter them. Andrew Jackson, he became president by slitting thousands of indigenous throats, women and children. He preferred children in the night, because then you reduce. It's like infecting. Andrew Jackson talked about it like termite exterminators, like Terminix discussing the best way to eradicate a hive of ants. That's the way that Andrew Jackson talked, and that's how Americans actually talked about it. You go for the nest and just wipe out all the little children. That's what Andrew Jackson. That's how he's the president. He's on the $20 bill to this day, right? They don't care to learn, the townspeople, about the indigenous people of the planet. The violence that they are receiving is magnified 1,000-fold, and they don't even talk about and they just erase all of their violence, right? It's like George Floyd's neck just jumped up and ran into Derek Chauvin's knee. It's like Kyle Rittenhouse was just terrified for his life, and he was just like, oh my God, this poor little child, right? The United States was so amazingly threatened, just like about to be killed by Iraq and its WMDs, right? That's the colonial mentality, which is like lie, massacre, erase history, and then think only about the last 2 minutes. Because if you look at all of history dialectically, comprehensively, this is why there's no dialectical materialism, no left and the West. Because you can't really look at it and still love your country, love your people, love your ancestors. I mean, you can I shouldn't say love, but you can't think of them highly. Every single one of them. I'm sorry, America. I'm sorry, Canada. I'm sorry, Australia. I'm sorry, British. I'm sorry, French. I'm sorry, Spanish. If you want to do actual dialectical materialism, you have to have a comprehensive view of that. That not only it's not over, as Vijay Prashad points out, it continues to this day, reproducing the colonial structures like the IMF, World Bank, WTO, and the U.S. international imperial military-industrial complex for perpetuation of capitalism and the colonial mentalities, right? Which is to take all of your nuts and bolts and your buckets and your phones and export all the production to China and then blame China for being the biggest carbon polluter, despite the West and the U.S. being 5% of the population, 25% of the emissions, and then lecturing the rest of the world, right? Ahistorically and undialectically. The colonizer lecturing the indigenous people about how they should be more civil and just like settle this and go just a vote and maybe file a lawsuit, right? In a democracy-free, terminally unjust, lawless world where the rules-based order is whatever the richest, whitest billionaires say at any moment, that executes black people on camera, and nothing happens until 30 million people and 500 million reshares of a Ahmaud Arbery, who was the murderers were sentenced, but that's not justice because it took 30 million people nearly burning down the entire Western world, and the United States in particular, plus massive media coverage. There's thousands and thousands of other black people that are just dead with no court case. That's not justice. But again, the colonial mentality requires, again, that's why I say mass organized violence, mass disinformation, and incredible levels of exceptionalism, exemptionalism, hubris. It requires you to be willfully diseducated to maintain a colonial world, because human beings don't naturally, they don't really want, when the children see unfairness and injustice, even just slight, like they got 2 lollipops, I got 1. Why? Humans, people don't, they understand that's not right, that's not just, that's not pono, that's not cool, that's unfair. They tell you life's not fair because when you grow up, you're gonna live in a barbaristic, evil, colonial society in English, French, Spanish, and other colonial countries and cultures. The world can never make sense because it doesn't, because it's all full of lies and contradictions all the time. You don't have to live. It's very, you live a little bit longer when you live in indigenous society. Actually live like a little, not actually more. They have a lot lower blood pressure. They have a lot more tranquility and peace. You can never be at peace when your mind is constantly filled with these contradictions. How can we talk about being freedom and justice and liberty, but we have like millions of people dying from basic healthcare lack and COVID-19, and we talk about all these things, but in an indigenous society, you don't have to deal with all of that cognitive dissonance and that chaos in the mind, and this anger that comes from all of these mismatched, information. Like, they're telling me I'm living in the greatest country on earth, but why are we the worst? And we have like tens of millions of, we had like 1 million COVID cases. We broke the Google tracker. Why? How can we be massacring all these people around the world? How do we have 2.5 million? How do we have the world's biggest prison population if we're so just, and they're all black people or mostly non-white people? What? How can, but the colonial mentality, right? It requires either you just like completely psychopathic and you're like, well, yeah, I know it's all a lie and it's fucked up, but I don't care. I just want to have my cold Mexican beer, $10,000 hookers, my shirts laundered like they do at the Imperial Hotel in Tokyo, and billions of dollars, right? It's either you're completely psychopathic, or you're just like constantly upset, frustrated, and sad and angry all at the same time, But in indigenous societies, you can just kind of like be at peace. You can like feel like you can actually love and respect and think highly of and celebrate and venerate your ancestors and not be wrong to. See, you can't venerate Andrew Jackson. He's a horrible person. And like most people that willfully or unwillfully as a settler colonial project, your ancestors, and mine, some of mine included, participated in that evil. You know, it's like worshiping Emperor Palpatine. Like, oh yeah, well, my great granddad was Emperor Palpatine, and you know, he was a great leader of a great country. It was called the Galactic Empire. It was an amazing country. You know, like all that can never do is perpetuate evil. You know, and it's like, it's not your fault for being born in the United States or Canada as a white person or whoever you are. You know, it's not your fault for being born in Britain or Scotland, you know, but that's, you know, like some people have to be born, you know, if you have a world where there are some people that are good guys and there are some people that are bad guys, and sadly it actually is that. It's complicated is not the correct response to the wiping out of the indigenous people of Turtle Island. I'm sorry. That's not, well, there was some fine people on both sides. There was some good, and my dad still tries to say that to me because he's got too much whiteness in his heart. That's been installed by the United States to ban Hawaiian language and ban the culture, right? So he still says kind of stuff like that. But that's not the correct response. The correct response is, these were deep, serious wrongs that were disproportionately done by these people that have to be repaired with reparations. I mean, like concretely. And also not repeated. You can't not repeat them if you don't know the history and you don't come clean on what the actual history is. That's why America is going to repeat. That's why it has its Trump, and something worse than Trump is coming very soon. You know, if people don't do the internal work and come clean on this history. Anyway, back to Star Wars. We're not really talking about the Star Wars right now. You know, and so so here's some threads. So more curse to white savior discourse. I can't believe he's throwing this shit at the Uncle Tem. So this is a, you know, claiming Boba Fett is culturally white despite him being played by an indigenous man of color is the exact kind of racist fuckery fans of color have to deal with in the Star Wars fandom on a daily basis. White supremacy is a hell of a drug. Anyways, this is from an indigenous person, and then some white man, right? Some white gamer. So that's really cool. The white, you know, so Tamara Morrison, again, to be a white savior, you kind of have to be a white person. And I mean, like, you know, of course, well, I mean, you could be your skin color. I've already talked about how whiteness is not necessarily just skin color, but Tamara Morrison has said, like, I went to this filming every single day with my ancestor's name on the parking space, on the chair. And like Tamara Morrison is like, has been historically, I mean, that's not enough evidence. That's just, those are some anecdotes, right? But I mean, Tamara Morrison, if you have a dialectical comprehensive understanding, is a person that has participated in Indigenous, supported Indigenous struggles, is trying to insert Indigenous storytelling into one of the most beloved and biggest white people's science fiction products, that's a bold move. That's why we expect white people to be upset. We expect colonizer white gamers to be mad about this. And Fandom menace, you know, people who, you know, got Trump elected, like all of Gamergate and anti-SJW Star Wars fans all over YouTube, right? That's who got the global right fascist resurgence. So thanks for that. People like this. And so Tamara Morrison is like Finn and Rey, you know, too many women and people of color. If there's like 30% women and people of color in my movies, that's SJW cancel culture destroying white men, and you will not replace us, right? That's how you really got that right wing going. Is you really gotta really blast that through every Facebook post, every social media feed, and through the entire internet. And then Steve Bannon can help, right? And so that's how you can remove the undoing of capitalism through left and BIPOC and international anti-colonial, anti-racist, anti-sexist movement, right? You can replace that with right populism and do Nazi Germany again. That's what gamers and Star Wars fans are really good for, is Bannon, Trump, Bolsonaro, and Modi, and Europeans central, the dark eldritch Palpatine of the global right said, I used Gamergate and anti-SJW Reddit gamer groups as the basis for my idea about this monster power of all of these nerds, white nerds, and white dudes with no roots, who are really upset about changes to their pop cultural children's shows because they're still man children, and I could use that to end the world with global fascism and capitalism. That was really cool of Steve to use all of your nerds who love Star Wars too much. More cursive. So now I'm not being as nice. More cursive white savior discourse. Can't believe he's throwing this shit at Uncle Tim, man. Fuck my life. We never should have taught them that term. Ancestors. Our friend Conquest of Dread, of course, is indigenous Maori tattoo artist. Also worked on some Hollywood movies, including Lord of the Rings, and like Temuera Morrison, also is indigenous person from New Zealand, also known as Aotearoa. So let me get the other one. Okay, so that's that. Temuera Morrison might be indigenous, but Boba Fett isn't. Listen, the minute an indigenous actor played the character is indigenous, just like how Lando and Finn are black and Fennec is Asian. Why should we erase or separate indigeneity from the character? Also, Robert Rodriguez was involved as well, and Robert Rodriguez is somebody who also tries to infuse, Mexican and other just white American perspectives into American Hollywood shows and movies. And even in Mandalorian, it's already the weapon that Boba Fett is using, right? If you look at Boba Fett in Mandalorian, and Robert Rodriguez directed one of the best episodes of Mandalorian. The weapon that he's using, also Fennec is Asian, and so you have a Pacific indigenous person and an Asian indigenous person in Boba Fett and Mandalorian. There's something to that. It's very important. I think we should do more of that in the real world. China supporting the undoing of the U.S. illegal occupation and genocide of Native Hawaiians under the UN. There should be more like Fennec and Boba Fett alliances between illegally occupied Hawaii for the greatest nexus of U.S. empire, the Asia Indo-Pacific Command. We should work together, Fennec and Boba Fett of Hawaii and China and Vietnam and everywhere else. We should all fight against we should not just fight, just like ask kindly but firmly, and then with material consequences for the United States to stop waging international, possibly nuclear war in Ukraine and Taiwan especially. But anyway, that's another aside. So Fennec and Boba Fett for reality 2022. Anyways, there are more people realizing this. I'm happy to see more indigenous people in the Pacific and elsewhere. I mean, indigenous people, they're all indigenous people. The Chinese are all indigenous people, by the way. I don't know if you know that, but the Chinese aren't wearing feather headdresses or dancing in the mud, forced underdeveloped. And so they just get to be evil people, not indigenous. But you see, indigenous, this is very important for you to remember. For white Western colonizer people, indigenous, the noble savage, is a recasting for people who have a little too much not OxyContin. That's all of the Republican Party. People who have a little, that's all of America that's killing itself with its own self narco trafficking in its own American mouse. But people have too much oxytocin in their bloodstream, right? Too much caring, right? You can go become a liberal and worship noble savages. And so in the West, if you love Indians, right? If you like, oh, I really like my noble indigenous people, right? But you can only be indigenous if you wear your hula skirt. You have to have your plains. It has to be plains Indians. You can't just wear jeans and your electric moccasins. Indigenous people don't have technology. You don't count as indigenous anymore. You don't count as indigenous. Just like Megan Byrne, other indigenous game devs and indigenous showrunners, you don't count as Asian unless you talk with that kind of funny accent. You don't count as if you don't vote for Biden, you ain't black. You don't count as who you are until you perform your indigeneity the way we want you to, which is undeveloped, which is, just dancing in a mud hut, despite Hawaiians having the most advanced culture, universal healthcare, inventing 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea style submarines before America was finished writing science fiction books about it. You no matter how, if you become too advanced, we will smash you back down, and then you can go dance. You can go dance your Vegas stripper, sexy Indian in the headdress dance for us. I'm talking about Waikiki's Polynesian Hilton Hawaiian Village dances. That's what it is. You can dance the fake version of your dance, and then we'll count you as indigenous again. That's also part of this show. That part comes up in The Mandalorian, which is, I want to come back to that, but the Tuskens don't have technology, and they're kind of barbarians, not because they are, but because they don't have the technologies that of speeders and of like other advanced spacecraft and vehicles, not because they don't want it, but because the colonizers see fit to force underdevelop them. I don't know, like Africa. I don't know, like all the reservations that don't have boil water advisors. I don't know, like all the people that are forced in their Indian casinos to talk and act like and say shit that isn't even their own language, because white people won't come to the casino unless they see the stereotypical Indian that John Wayne and Clint Eastwood were killing. They need to see the Plains Indian, no matter what you are. They need to see the fake cellophane grass skirt, sexy Hawaiian, backward savage with his half-naked shirt, barking and grunting and like a circus freak. You got to see the little animal circus freak Indian, Hawaiian, cannibal, or you don't count as indigenous. That's part of the process of maintaining subjugation of indigenous people. That's why East Asians, they definitely don't count as indigenous. That's why the Bolivians will soon not count as indigenous, because they have more advanced artificial intelligence, making indigenous STEM designers making artificially intelligent glass factories that are bottling soda and locally produced water that's actually clean, unlike ours from the U.S. military poisoning at Red Hill. And the Bolivians, that's why the indigenous peoples of the world that actually technologically advanced, like the Native Hawaiians, right? That's why you don't learn about our actual history. Right? Because what would it do if America learned that Hawaii had universal healthcare 8 years before Das Kapital was published, and that we had like 25 years before they had universal health insurance in Germany? What if they learned that we had the highest literacy rate? Right? You know what that would do? That would take all your nice white colonizer things, and it might actually, people would have to, maybe they might undo your whole fucking unequal system. Anyway, but the Mandalorian deals with what you guys deserve. Why do you have to live like this? You don't have to live like this. Have some technology. And guess what? The indigenous people, they kind of like getting the technology. Like Bolivia liked having that satellite and having advanced cell phones that the Chinese provided them so they could get educated and have socialism and indigenous-led resistance that kicked fascists and capitalists out. Again, that's the Asian Fennec and the indigenous the Asian Fennec and the American hemisphere indigenous I'm crossing too many streams at the same time. That's the Asian Fennec working with other indigenous people. That's China working with Bolivia. That's China working with Africa. That's China working with all the colonized peoples of the world, right? In a win-win cooperative exchange, giving them the technology to empower themselves so they don't have to be under colonial shackles with debt traps, actual debt traps, not the ones that America is lying about through the CIA to projecting it into what China is doing, because they're, again, you know what I'm going to say about this. There's so many trillions of layers of bullshit. I can't unwind them all in one stream. But importantly, the main narrative is about, it's about undoing. It's about altering the historically. I wouldn't say Star Wars was anti-indigenous. George Lucas, people did not I know people talk, it's about the Vietnamese people resisting the empire. That's not the way anybody read Star Wars. If there was, people would have hated the movie the same way they hate Riddick, because it reads. It's not even coded as strongly as it could be, but it codes the empire as white, Roman, Greek, and American, you know, and the main character is not white and is coded as a black person, you know, or coded as a non-white person. If Star Wars was honestly coded as as communist Vietnamese fighting against U.S. imperial incursion, that movie would not be as successful as it is because Americans are racist, capitalist, brainwashed people. That's why white gamers, right, that got global fascism, right, and global capitalism sustained, right, with Trump, Bolsonaro, Salvini, AFD, AFS, right? That's why white people hate Boba Fett now, because it's starting to say true stuff, and they can't handle it, you know, because they live in perpetual lies. It's really like every white person should really hate, or at least be deeply troubled and discomforted by your show, and not even just white skin, white inside, like my father. If they're not really deep, my father was troubled by a lot of these shows. He really didn't like Sense8. I don't think he really liked the Reservation Dogs for a lot of reasons, because it's troubling. It troubles his whiteified Hawaiian's heart. And then you get upset and then you lash out and you say shit like, well, Boba Fett is a white savior, despite him being like obviously a Pacific indigenous person. Many of us do not buy into blood quantum, which is a colonial construct used for genocide. We are not part or quarter. We are Pacific people. My mother being white doesn't mean I'm half Tongan. It means I'm a biracial Tongan. So again, this is when I say, you know, yeah, my ancestry, I have white cowboy, like I have like the racist white cowboy murderers who slept with a gun under his pillow, beat his wife. He was a white man, came to Hawaii, married a Hawaiian woman, lost all of her horses to Alexander and Baldwin, and then beat her, and then probably killed her. We don't know, because no, if a white man kills a brown person, a brown woman especially, or a black woman, I mean, he's not going to go to court. Certainly not in the 1800s. You just that's like the Terminix man going to prison for killing a termite, you know? That's like a white man going to prison or being convicted for killing a person of color. That's why, you know, the Ahmaud Arbery killers are what? I was just doing Terminix for America. I was just the exterminator. I just killed a cockroach. How many cockroaches have you killed? When I killed Ahmaud Arbery, that's what the white men are saying. I just killed a cockroach. That's my job, right? That's what we were built at. Like George Washington took teeth out of his slaves' mouths and killed black people. Jefferson just celebrated the killing of indigenous people, and you know, I'm just killing insects. That's my job as an American. All of our founding fathers are founded in blood and stolen land and fucking massacres. We were founded in, you know, mosquito termination. In South America, the Spanish call it mestizo, mosquitoes. We're just killing mosquitoes. Why are you upset at me for killing mosquito? Why am I going to prison for killing mosquitoes? Right? And also based on race and skin color and blood, which is all fucked up. Indigenous people do not use blood quantum. This is a colonial construct for genocide. And it's hard to get your head around when you've been raised in this bogus, which is also, science has been broken and corrupted by it, because this was accepted science. Race science, phrenology, all of this stuff is deeply embedded in the scientific, medical science, absolutely. It's still in medical textbooks, they still have completely racist and incorrect things, like black women have a don't feel pain, indigenous people are all super easily addicted to drugs, all this kind of stuff, you know? And then they also practice it in their hospitals, where disproportionately black and indigenous people die repeatedly on operating tables, or sometimes intentionally get their uteruses excised. U.S. doctors inserted radioactive uranium into Puerto Rican women and celebrated it. U.S. is full of Nazis and Nazi doctors and Nazi ideology. Actually, Germany just got full of Americanness. That's what happened. That's what the Nazis were just, Germany getting filled with, Hitler has literally wrote about how he wanted to replicate the America's genocidal massacring settler colonial project in Eastern Europe. That's what he wanted to do. And he started, but America was much more successful at it. All right. And so, anyway, I could go off on that forever. I suggest all non-Indigenous folk take care what their language they use when discussing Indigenous identity. It's not always synonymous with race, and much of the language we're taught is rooted in colonial strategies to erase and destroy Indigenous people and their culture. So there's many, many ways. One of them, you kill them, and then you remove the language, right? Very important. Remove the language, remove children from parents, right? Remove culture. All of this is about maintaining domination, right? That's all part of the win-lose mentality, right? And Karl Marx once said, Americans are great because they have a suffusion, a hybridization of all the greatest European bloodlines. He said that. Even that, the very important things came out of Marxism and socialism and communist ideas came out of that. However, he was infused with this race science like everyone else. Engels as well say the same thing. The tartarification of the soil creates these fallen people. Africa has polluted its bloodline. That's why all the black people are degenerate, lazy, fallen, not productive, and they're not wealthy because their genes and or their soil that they ate. This is nonsensical, but Engels and Marx have both said these kind of things, which is like, how did these people pass as scientists when they said things like the tartarification of the eastern soil has caused the degeneracy of all their people? They've made these comments. The African people have fallen because the soil from the food that produces the soil that produces the corn which they consume and the cabbage that they consume is what is causing their people to be so poor and so dirty and so stupid. Again, it's everywhere. It's to this day, it's not gone, it's still here. Race science is still with us. It's every time somebody says we need a group of we need type A men who want to sit on a throne of Chinese skulls, or Blinken who says the Chinese are untrustworthy, apolitical. The Russians, once they come in your house, they never leave. You know what's a country that comes into houses and never leaves? I'll give you a hint. Starts with a U. There's actually more than one that start with a U. One ends with a K, one ends with an S. They're still in my house, still genociding my people here in Hawaii. Anyway, I'm getting too upset. I can't think straight. Settlers, when do we get an opinion on episode 2 of Boba Fett? Indigenous people. That's the neat part. You don't get an opinion. Shut the fuck up. The more this is very frustrating. But anyways, so but back to the main point. So I was nice for the first half an hour. Now I'm upset for one half an hour, and now it's 12:02, and let's get to the other central parts of this thing. Whoa, what the hell? Where did my thing go? Oh, there it is. Okay. So anyways, I had an interview I want to talk about a little bit. The Morrison interview. This deals specifically with this show, and how the Boba Fett character is infused with Tamora Morrison's indigenous heritage and the weapons. That was the point I wanted to make, which is before I went off and I looked at too many things that colonizers said. Which is that the weapon that is used in The Mandalorian, that weapon is based on a Maori indigenous weapon of war, right? Or it's a weapon of defense. This weapon, it was already there in Mandalorian. So what I was saying was where Robert Rodriguez and Tamora Morrison worked on what Boba Fett's character would use. They had already started incorporating indigenous culture and tools into Boba Fett's arsenal. Even in Mandalorian. So this has been a process, right? And again, Star Wars it's a very it's a children's show ultimately. Some of them are made not necessarily they have a higher rating, but it's what it is. So to my mind, I don't there's a little too much very strict, unnecessarily stickler adherence to strict canon and lore that is actually, you know, it's always kind of like not that important to my mind. You know, it doesn't really make that much of a difference. This is people who are a little too obsessed, and they're little too man-child, right? And they're a little too not letting go of things that they had when they were little, and they're too upset about entertainment products that they love, but they don't have anything else in their life other than their identity as a Star Wars fan or a Disney fan, because of capitalist co-option of all of your heritage. As a white person, you are a Disney fan. That's like very important. Actually, I would argue today is you love Iron Man, right? You love billionaire philanthropist arms, you love Playboys, you love Captain America, right? That's your culture. Your culture is, I celebrate the United States as a great democracy, freedom, human rights bringing country, as opposed to the greatest bringer of death, destruction, genocide, slavery, and blowing the entire planet up and enforcing global capitalism. So that's if there is a white identity, it's a fictional, constructed identity of continued global genocide, slavery, suffering, colonialism, and exploitation. That's the white identity. But then washing it over with Chris Evans' face, you know, and a shitty action movie. That's the white identity. Anyway, I said I'm gonna get on the topic, but I can't stop. But Boba Fett's weapon is, in fact, it was already designed. Once I start thinking about how my father was wiped out by American genocide, it just gets harder and harder from there to think straight. But you know, we're gonna do our best. So and I think about my family that's still being poisoned by all of your fossil fuel in my water, in my family's water, and they're dying. Right at this moment, there's oil film all over U.S. military soldiers' water. There's a sheen, a rainbow oil slick all over the tap water, and the Folgers coffee has an oil slick sheen on the top as we speak. In my hometown. So that's also quite infuriating. We need real world Fennec and Boba Fett collaboration. You know, we need Pacific and Asian, the most successful indigenous, technologically advanced, and then not having it forced underdeveloped cooperation to get these freaking colonizers out of here. That's not anything illegal. That's under international law that the United States has signed into. UN High Commissioner on Human Rights. That's nothing illegal. They're still ordered to leave by the UN High Commissioner on Human Rights. But America don't care about law. It's difficult to get Russians out of your house. No. Okay, where is the interview? I tried to load it up. Why is it not loading up? Okay. Here we go. Okay, let's read the interview. Tamora Morrison says he felt a sense of responsibility to bring Maori heritage to the book of Boba Fett. So, Han Solo may have accidentally taken down Boba Fett the last time the smuggler and the bounty hunter crossed paths in 1983's Return of the Jedi. But if Solo pulls with Luke Skywalker and makes an appearance of the new Disney Plus series, he'd better be prepared for his own close encounter with the Sarlacc, courtesy of his helmeted nemesis. It won't be a pretty sight for him. Boba's alter ego actor Temuera Morrison vows to Yahoo Entertainment about the possibility of a rematch with Harrison Ford's iconic Star Wars character. Since he was responsible for my Sarlacc experience, I owe him big time. He's going to be going in that Sarlacc and then some. Anyway, so get ready for Boba Fett to throw Han Solo into the Sarlacc. So there's a lot more. Let me skip down here though. So yeah, so he was in Attack of the Clones, of course. He was playing Jango Fett. The series is about finding out what the core of what makes him tick. He's also Fennec Shand, played by Ming-Na Wen. Working together, the duo are trying to fill the considerable void left by Tatooine's dethroned Kingpin. Jabba the Hutt, and while Fennec has enforced Boba's orders during the first 2 episodes of the Book of Boba Fett, one has thought about what might happen if and when the 2 allies come to blows. Anyways, Ming Na Wen says, I'm going to say that Fennec wins against... If Fennec fights Boba Fett, Fennec's going to win, but don't hate me. And then Morrison... they're joking, of course, but Morrison says, I'll just take the punishment. She wins. Besides continuing the story of Boba Fett, Book of Boba Fett also builds up on a plot thread introduced in The Mandalorian by reframing the collective understanding of Tatooine's nomadic sand people, the Tusken Raiders. So again, this is talking about the indigenous people of the planet of Tatooine, where Luke Skywalker is also a settler colonizer, a white settler. Anyways, I mean, you know, it's an altering of the centering and who is humanized and who is not, right? It's definitely a change. It is. The Book of Boba Fett is a change in the perspective, in the it's not necessarily a change in actually the history, but it's a change in the perspective. You know, as you know, I mean, I like bringing up Voltaire and Richard Wolff, like people who said true things in the West and then were marginalized or not listened to, or Daniel Hale, people who said true things and then went to prison. You know, see, there was a handful of white men who said something true and then they stopped being around or lost career or went to jail or were killed. If you're black, like, I don't know, like Fred Hampton, Black Panthers, you definitely got killed. Malcolm X says the true things, like we have to unite against race and against all forms of oppression and against the military-industrial complex and against capitalism, and then you get killed. But anyways, if you're white, you often just kind of go to jail for a bit. As Obi-Wan said, Luke, you're going to realize, you know, that many of the truths that we cling to rely on your point of view. There are many points of view. Now, the reason why everybody's getting upset in the white Star Wars fan world is because the point of view is shifting from white settler, male American, wannabe savior. I mean, it's fine to be a wannabe savior and a white savior. Luke is a white savior. That is an actual white savior. Why weren't y'all mad about Luke Skywalker and even Rey in a lot of senses, white women's savior? That's, you know, that's not quite white enough for the colonizer white patriarchal world. But Luke was always a white savior. You know, Han is always he's not really a savior, but he's like more of an anti-hero. But, you know, Luke is a white savior. Rey is technically a white savior. You know, the reason why they're mad at Rey is because it's a white savior that's not man enough, not because it's a white savior, right? Where was everybody mad? They're mad about, but now everybody's mad that the brown Maori guy who is infusing Star Wars with indigenous culture, weapons, history, actual authentic story and perspective, and they're upset about the brown guy being a white savior now. No, it's because, and the indigenous people are not upset about Boba Fett. It's white gamer man who identifies as white gamer. Right? That's the kind of people that are upset about Boba Fett being a white savior. You know? But it is a shifting of the perspective away from farm boy, you know, it's shifting the perspective from Andrew Jackson's kids, right? Because that's who the settlers are, right? They're Andrew, I slit indigenous throats and take their land and put my little oxygen farm or moisture farm. I'm sorry, corn farm. I'm sorry, tobacco plantation. Let's be real. The Star Wars main character, Luke Skywalker, is a stolen land, genocide-founded, capitalist project main character, because that's what America is. Luke Skywalker is a settler, colonial, genocide participant. I mean, he doesn't go out and try to go kill all the sand people that he can, but the land that his family is farming on is stolen indigenous land. I'm so sorry, but that's reality. But you can't never tell the truth in the West, you know? You can never tell the truth in the West. You can only build upon infinite mountains of lies that maintain historical and ongoing mass organized violence and disinformation for the aggregation of wealth for a permanently hierarchical and evil system called capitalism, colonialism, patriarchy, racism. And that's why Star Wars doesn't say anything. No matter what George Lucas said in DVD commentary about the Ewoks being actually a stand-in for the Vietnamese communists fighting against American invasion. You know what? Actually, there's actually a media product that is made in an English language that's about the Vietnamese communists resisting the United States capitalist, imperialist, military genocidal war. Did you know that there's actually not Star Wars? That's not what it's about. But there is one. Do you know what it's called? You ever heard of it? There's only one I can think of. It's called Decolonators. Where you Indigecolonators, which is a game that an indigenous person, me, made with an indigenous Asian person. Again, Luna Oi, who's actually Vietnamese communist. So again, that's Luna is Fennec, the Asian indigenous person, working with me, Boba Fett, the indigenous Pacific person, to fight actual capitalism, colonialism, and patriarchy. Through the games, I work with Luna Oil on this game, which is about kicking capitalist colonizer butts out of Vietnam and retroarching in game glory. And do you know how you know that that's what this is actually about? Because it's a fucking Vietnamese communist woman kicking the asses of American military soldiers, jet fighter operators, and Margaret fucking Thatcher, who are celebrating their Americanness, their military industrial complex, and their fucking genocidal war. They're not even as racist in this game as they are in real life. Not even as racist in this game. They're not even as genocidal and decolonators, the Americans, as they are even in an anti-war movie like Apocalypse Now or Full Metal Jacket, where they say the G slur and the C slur, and they treat Asian women that they're supposedly supposed to be humanizing like a bunch of sex slaves and little like living yellow, 5 foot tall fleshlights. That's the way they're treated, like in the movies that are supposed to be anti-war by Stanley Kubrick. And, but that they don't say, those movies, what they say is, America lost its footing in the gravel and it'll do better next time. And maybe that was kind of a mistake. It doesn't say what it needs to say, which is that the United States is a settler, colonial, genocidal, capitalist, imperialist, wrong, evil fucking project that needs its ass kicked and the world needs fucking global communism, motherfucker. But that you can never say that. And also, you need to leave illegally occupied Hawaii because, like I already said, that's a violation of international law that you purport to uphold. But anyway, if you want something that actually says true things in a game, movie, or book format, there's nothing in the white literature, film, or interactive media format that says it. It can't. If it ever did, nobody would watch it and play it, and nobody wants to lose money in the white capitalist world of broken, unhealed people of the Aquilan trauma. Star Wars does not. George Lucas, if there is a retconning, that's what it is. Oh, I meant to say this is an anti-war movie in 2004 in a DVD commentary. If Star Wars was an actual overtly pro-Vietnamese, anti-US imperial movie, nobody would have watched it. There would be no episode 5. There would be no Empire Strikes Back. Because people would have hated it so much in the racist, white 1970s and 80s United States that it would have been in the back of, and Hollywood would have said, we're not making any more of those because Hollywood is the propaganda arm of the US military industrial complex. They would not make any more Star Wars if Star Wars was actually anti-war and anti-empire. It is absolutely not. People read Star Wars as anti-Soviet Union. They read the Empire as, like they read Harkonnen as Vladimir, Russian, red commie, Soviet Union. Well, I mean, in fucking Dune, it literally just say Vladimir Harkonnen. I mean, just call the goddamn guy Stalin already. Just call the guy. Just call the Harkonnens, Sovietens. Right? And then in Star Wars, it's read the same fucking way. Authoritarian dictator, right? Threatening the world. Everybody marching in a line. Everybody read it as communists. George Lucas never makes it. All of the people, the main character is a fucking American farm boy. He's like Dorothy. He's like male Dorothy. Everything about Star Wars is coded as if there is a coding, it's that everyone in the Rebels is good, white, and America's friends, maybe Japan and Germany and the EU. That's the Rebel Alliance. And the evil empire is Russia, China, Vietnam, and everyone who stands against the great, free, liberated, multicultural United States and its NATO alliance and all of its fucking allegiance. Nobody fucking read Star Wars that way. George Lucas is a coward and a liar, and he has millions and hundreds of millions of fucking dollars. And what is he doing with it? Nothing. Redoing his old fucking movies. Everything good about Star Wars was injected in Boba Fett by Tamura Morrison and a handful of people that are just trying to do something, just trying. Finn was removed because Disney kowtowed to white, racist, crypto-fascist, and sometimes overt fascist fandom menace campaigns. The Asian character, the Asian girl in the 789, was like harassed, and Disney kowtows because Disney works with white supremacist capitalist American military industrial complex. That's why it makes billionaire philanthropist arms dealer Playboy, Iron Man, Elon crossed with the Koch brothers, crossed with Mike Pompeo, crossed with Biden. That's who Iron Man is. And Captain fucking America, which is America is the greatest fucking thing. Anyways, you know my opinion on this. Or if you don't, now you do. Originally introduced in George Lucas' original 1977 blockbuster as dangerous villains, also known as Sand People, both series instead positioned them as the planet's indigenous population. I mean, you can read Vietnam into the rebellion, but you have to actively. You can make a YouTube video about that. I'm sure you can, but you have to actively force that in to the reading. It's not built in. Whereas decolonizated, the Matrix. Here's another example: the Matrix Resurrections. The Matrix Resurrections is saying what it's saying, and it's saying it. It's not like pretending to say a thing, like George Lucas. The Matrix Resurrection says, "Fuck white patriarchal capitalist dickheads." Like Agent Smith is literally the CEO of a cross between Tesla and EA, Activision, and CD Projekt Red. Right? It says, "Fuck capitalism, white, bigoted assholes, capitalist game company culture, which is gross and sick, full of misogyny and bigotry and small-minded idiots. And fuck a lot of Hollywood, actually. I don't know how they got this movie made. They literally call out Warner Brothers. Lana Wachowski is like, fuck you, Warner Brothers. I don't know how the fuck they got it made. But anyways, The Matrix Resurrections is actually saying something. Right? And that's why everybody who is a NFT crypto bro and a lot of white men fucking hate it. Because, that's how you know. If the average Westerner doesn't hate a movie, you said nothing. Because they are still, the movie is allowing them to perpetuate their mass organized violence and mass organized self-delusion and self-diseducation and ahistorical, undialectical, continued liberal, conservative, and left brainworms and brain rot. And so if they're not fucking mad about it, which they should be, you did nothing. That's why Star Wars did nothing. It's a children's show. It's just a fucking kids show for white children. It's a movie, It's a movie for little white kids in 1978, and George Lucas made a lot of money. So, he did what he wanted to do. He got it done. And then people came in later and said, if you made a YouTube video that's about this is why I'm going to use Star Wars as a jumping off point. I use Star Wars all the time. I go, I'm half Stormtrooper because, I was forced to speak English because they erased my native Hawaiian language. I use Star Wars. I actively read Star Wars as a metaphor, but I'm actively recuperating the non-message of Star Wars against the actual world empire of the U.S. and the Western capitalist barbaristic structure, right? That's not in the movie. And it's not in 1970s and 80s when it was first watched. And it's not why George Lucas has made billions and billions and billions of dollars for lots of people making these movies. It's why Disney would not be like front running this shit if that was what it was. You know? That's not what they're there for. They're not there to like mass educate people and undo global capitalism. They're there to make mountains of fucking money. This is why an actual black communist, like, Sorry to Bother You's director, Boots Riley, was disinvited and didn't get major showings in most theaters. He was not disinvited from the Academy Awards because Hollywood is not there for fucking communism. Hollywood is not there for liberation. They're there to maintain the poisoning of my fucking water by the U.S. Navy in Hawaii. That's what they're there for. Anyways, you know, I'm making the same point over and over. Boba experiences this shift in perspective firsthand when he's captured by a Tuscan tribe after escaping the Great Pit of Carcoon. He just aired the second episode, depicts this evolution. This is what I want to talk about. Specifically, the second episode depicts his evolution from prisoner to ally as he helps the nomads hijack a spice transporting train that passes through their territory. Very important that it's a train. The word railroaded comes from the fact that settler colonial Americans and Canadians, when they say railroad, what they mean is to take an unceded territory and just force a railroad with near slave or basically slave level Chinese laborers, often another indigenous Asian people that were brought over to do what? Build railroads for who? For white capitalists like the Vanderbilts, like the Carnegies, like the Hudson's Bay Company, capitalist British colony of Canada's future profiteers, like, you know, the Canadian Rail, like all the companies that get their. Well, the problem is you make too much rail through indigenous unceded territory. Sometimes Mohawks put a burning car on top of it or blockade it, and oh no. But now Canada's in a sticky situation, and some parts of the U.S. too, but especially in Canada because they didn't slaughter all the indigenous people like Americans. Americans were just very thorough with massacring and genociding, just mass killing all the indigenous people. That's what Bolsonaro has commented repeatedly. Brazil, we would have been so much better if we just killed all the indigenous people like America did. But Canada didn't quite kill them all, you know? They weren't quite as that, but that's what I was going to say. Mark said Americans were very full of vitality. What it means is Americans were full of desire to massacre a bunch of indigenous people and make a lot of money, more than Europeans. They really, really, really were into just like massacring millions of people, stealing all these people and enslaving people. They really were really evil people, basically. That's America. The most evil of the Euro barbarists. Canada was like less, you know, they were a little too comfy with their British, you know, titles and shit. And they're like, well, we'll be evil, but it's tea time now. I'm not gonna. There's a lot of people to slaughter. I don't want to slaughter all those people. I'm just gonna go sit back and drink the tea. Americans were like, oh shit, I just got away from Europe. Let me kill a lot of indigenous people so I can go from being an Irish descendant to, you know, I'm gonna be a cop, catch a lot of slaves, right? I'm gonna be Andrew Jackson Slaughterer. I'm gonna collect a lot of scalps of little babies so I can make a lot of money, right? That's the vitality of America is really want to kill me some George Floyds and slay some George Floyds. Kill me some Sacagaweas and then make some money on that land. That's the vitality of America. That's why they're really entrepreneurial. But what that means is they're really into genocide. They're like the most hyper genocidal. That's why Hitler was like, wow, Hitler never really got as genocidal as indigenous people as the Americans did. He always wanted to, but then he lost, and America said, oh, makes us look bad. Let's keep doing global genocide, and then make him the bad guy, even though he copied us. He had a picture of Henry Ford on his fucking wall. The sequence that ends with Boba Fett successfully ensuring that his tribe receives reparations for the use of their land in the form of a toll. Anyways, I went off on that on trains. Trains are key to American genocide and destruction and colonization of indigenous territory. That's what I mean to say. So the fact that it's a train, to me, I mean, I could be actively reading this, but that really has a strong significance in the book of Boba Fett. That is a train that is actually driving by. It's the train that drives, like zooms past at like 200 miles per hour, levitating science fiction train, obviously, you know, carrying grain or, I don't know, stolen Chinese Shanghai coolies to build more train, or who the fuck knows what it's carrying. Carrying stolen wealth from the grain and the land, corn, produce, tobacco. What is that train carrying? The train is carrying American coded settler colonial stolen wealth farmed by slaves, probably, right? That's what the train is carrying. What is the train doing? As the train drives by, the train is just pointing out the window and just blasting sand people. They slaughter like a whole like a whole pile of sand people, children, women. They just kill everyone as the train is driving through. It's just like woo, and it kills a bunch of people. No reason whatsoever. But that is how, you know, it's perfect. It really is the perfect symbol. It combines Andrew Jackson, you know, it combines George Washington. It combines Carnegie and transport, right? Railroading, which is shoving through against international law a transport system through indigenous land. That's what railroading. It just means, it means like steamrolling and forcing something through against rules, against law, unwanted, and then just like killing anybody who asks questions about it later, right? Railroad first, ask questions later, right? Genocide first, ask questions later. Just shove your shit through, and if any indigenous people come through, just like kill them all, and then make up treaties, make up laws, make up a bunch of post facto Supreme Court justice ruling. There's no such thing as law in the West. It's all fucking crime. There can never be justice in the United States. It's all a fucking joke. Supreme Court, a rubber stamp every fucking shadow docket, war, genocide, slave camp, you know, all the border concentration camps. It's all fucking run by the highest court and all the courts of the United States. Every cop that catches a black slave and puts him in a prison with a 2.4 million other prisoners is put there by a judge. The court of the United States is a slave auction house for the slave catchers that are the U.S. police, and the union breakers that are the worker destroyers and the slave catchers, right? And then you have the global genocide rubber stampers. That's what the Supreme Court does. That's what all the courts do. That's what they're doing in Hawaii right now, rubber stamping America's crimes. You're not going to win against the United States at Red Hill and its poisoning of Hawaiian aquifers through court. You gotta remember that. You should definitely take it up, but I mean, to believe that that's what's going to win it, it's not what's going to win. What's going to win it is the Earth's Fennec and Boba Fett, the Asian advanced and very economically powerful and Hawaiian civilization teaming up in the same way that they win and work against Imperial's troops in The Mandalorian. That's how it's going to work. It's not going to work with asking barbarians to follow laws, because U.S. is a barbarian country. They're not going to fucking winning in court. Courts are weapons of war, like lawfare. Anyway, go on. Meng Wanzhou. Ask Meng Wanzhou how much. That's not even in the U.S. That's in fucking Canada. Again, Meng Wanzhou is the railroading of international war crime kidnapping. Kidnap Meng Wanzhou first, and then we'll make up a reason why we took her. That's what it was, right? Kidnap first. You know, try to like capture the princess of Hawaii, capture the runner of the world's largest, most successful worker cooperative that's also liberating billions of people by giving them 5G and 6G advanced telecommunications and educational digital Silk Road software and hardware and international connective infrastructure. That's why they took Hawaii, to be clear. Violating Iranian sanctions. What the fuck right do you have to sanction anyone, United States? You have 450 trillion motherfucking dollars to pay back in reparations before you start taking more money from people for not following U.S. fucking hegemony. Anyway, the layers of nonsense. You know, it's nearly infinite. You know, but that's what they do is they make such a high, like Everest-sized mountain of dead bodies, genocide, murder, slavery, lying, corporate, legal, lawfare, info warfare, just such a mountain of evil that they've built. To even begin to dig through it is like it's a futile Sisyphean task, you know. It's like trying to push a star-spangled boulder that's like a mile in diameter up a fucking hill. Like even if I had 1,000 of me, I couldn't move this boulder 1 inch. So why even try? But that's what they want. They want you to just be so big and so evil that you just eat it. That's what empire actually is, right? It's so massive and so sprawling and so evil. You have to just eat it. The problem is there's something bigger than you now. It's called China. that have artificial fucking suns and are gonna crack fusion in the next 6 months probably. And then that's why America's like, oh shit, we can't just be bigger and badder than everyone else. Elon has to go to Xinjiang and open a fucking factory. Which Elon, you're breaking the neocons and Rand Corporation's wargaming out nuclear war or sub-nuclear war with China in the South China Sea. How are we going to fight it without manufacturing consent, using bogus human rights violations, excuses like Nair testimony, using Uyghur genocide, backed by Adrian Nazi Zenz? Speaking of Nazis, Adrian Zenz is Germany paying America back for America teaching Germany how to be fascist. Or more successful fascist. Germany gave America back Adrian Zenz by giving him a degree at an accredited German university so that America could foment war against the most successful communist indigenous country, China. And so that's America's problem now, is they can't just be bigger and more evil anymore, because there's something bigger and actually good. There's a Life Star to counter America's Death Star now. And the Life Star is like bigger than America. So, as Luna said, communism and liberation and equality and win-win cooperative, new digital international and interstellar Silk Roads will be built. We will have the end of capitalism, racism, patriarchy, and all of these systems in colonization, whether you like it or not. So you should really consider that, because there isn't a future. I mean, look at Earth. There's no future for Earth. And we're not about to let the whole fucking Earth go. So, stop crying about how Boba Fett is a white savior, because he's not. And get with the program. A lot of people were really upset about these streams like a few years ago. YouTube is very white, male-centric. It's still 97 out of 100 of the most highest paid and watched Twitch channels and YouTube channels. Similar statistic for YouTube. 97 out of 100 Twitch channels are white, cis men. Mostly screaming at the screen, upset about cancel culture, women, just playing some shitty Call of Colonialism, U.S. military industrial complex recruitment tool, right? And YouTube is mostly that too, still to this day. But it won't be forever. So you might want to think about coming clean and undoing your ancestors' legacy of evil. And you have to acknowledge and begin to the process of healing and repairing concretely, internally and psychologically, inside yourself, understanding who you are as a white person, but then also and your whiteness inside you, even if your skin color is not white. That's not whiteness is not just what your DNA is. The blood quantum is bogus, both for identifying indigenous people, but also for identifying white people. Obama has a lot of things that he has done, and he's a black person from Hawaii who has been the most successful Emperor Palpatine in the history of the United States, because he perpetuated the U.S. empire 10 years longer than it could have been at the height of its evil. So he has things he has to deal with. But anyways, back to this. The sequence ends with Boba successfully ensuring that his tribe receives reparations for the use of their land in the form of toll. So there's so much going on here. There's so much going on here. I would need 20 streams to really deal with all of it. But anyway, the storyline resonates with the Morrison, who traces his ancestry back to New Zealand's own indigenous tribe, the Maori. We know all about the word colonized. He says, it's a great opportunity for me as a Maori from New Zealand to put us on the world stage again. I feel a sense of responsibility. So again, this is not just maybe he's indigenous. Morrison is really trying hard to infuse this show that unlike Reservation Dogs, it's not all indigenous run. It's not an indigenous written, directed, produced, funded, and kind of managed show. It's not wholly an operation with creative, financial, and shot calling sovereignty. It doesn't have indigenous full sovereignty on it, but Tamara Morrison is, or Uncle Tem as he's known in indigenous Pacific circles, is infusing the show with this perspective as best as he can. Mandalorian, Pedro Pascal, he has indigenous heritage, and he had the leftist, I believe Boric, the left Chilean presidents, he was like openly celebrating the socialist left new leader of Chile, and a lot of that energy, I think, has been infused into both Mandalorian and the Book of Boba Fett in particular. And again, I'm not here to like give Disney praise. I'm not here to give the Star Wars universe praise necessarily, for reasons that I'm constantly discussing. But that you can definitely see that's what's happening. So it's to argue that this is a white savior show, and this is something. I mean, I really was not expecting. I was just expecting some entertaining thing. I can eat popcorn with a lot of salt and probably too much, furikake on it. I was just looking for some action, science fiction action, sense of wonder bullshit, and then go to sleep. But there's more happening. That's why I'm bothering to talk about it. Gave me a sense of pride and a sense of responsibility for the people back home who will get to watch some of this stuff. For her part, Wen relished the opportunity to learn more about her co-star's culture, and she has a special request when the show gets an inevitable pickup, season 2. I want to learn the haka, actress tells Morrison, referring to the traditional Maori ceremonial dance. Second episode ends with Boba joining his Tuscan tribe in a dance that's similar to the haka, and you would be an amazing teacher for it. Anyways, so Jason Momoa also famously did the haka to try out to be in Game of Thrones, to play Khal Drogo. The haka is well known in. It is a Maori dance. I'm not sure if there's exactly like there's Hawaiians who do haka, but it's a pretty Maori specific dance. Although Maori and Native Hawaiians are relatives, right? They are all Kanaka Moana, but Jason Momoa did do the haka at the tryout. Jason Momoa and Temuera Morrison have worked together in Aquaman. Uncle Tem plays Jason's dad. He's Aquaman's dad, remember? Which makes sense because they're both Pacific indigenous people. Anyway, 12:41. Okay, so what was I on? Okay. Anyway, let me go back to the main topic of this thing. So I think that in speaking back to Indigeneity and Star Wars, the Boba Fett. So a lot of things are happening. Like one of them is that the Boba Fett character is meeting and interacting with the Tuscan. The indigenous people of Tatooine, they're called Tuscan Raiders, the Tuscan people, the Sand people. When he first meets them, he comes out of the Sarlacc, right? So he's like being half digested. His skin is all kind of rotten, falling off. He's a little bit paler, but I mean, you try having all of your dermal layers like whittled away by the hydrochloric acid or whatever horrific science fictionally dystopianly bad acid is inside of a Sarlacc. Try having your skin eaten away by, corrosive juices of a monstrous multi-ton fucking, Shai-Hulud-like Dune-worm creature. It's like George Lucas's not stealing of the Shai-Hulud Dune giant sandworm. And then he comes out and he's all fucked up. He looks a little bit lighter and paler, but he's been in the stomach for how long? It's been a while. He's been being digested for some time, and then he gets out, and then and then he finds the sand people find him. They pick him up. Now they don't treat him very nicely. Like when he first gets picked up, they chain him up. They kind of beat him. The kids kind of like kick him and they kind of punch him. They don't kill him, but they're kind of like they're not super nice to him. At the same time, all the outsiders, right? All the outsiders that encounter the Sand People, all the outsiders that encounter the Sand People are really terrible to them. They're like drive-by massacring. Like when he first meets them, this is later on. When he first meets the Sand People, they're like, they just interpret him as another outsider. He's another settler colon. Boba Fett is just another settler colonizer who happens to be in a weakened state because he's been being digested by the Sarlacc, right? So they grab him, right? I'm trying to get a picture of him when he looks all fucked up, but they take him, and they chain him up, right? Where he's been digested by the fucking Sarlacc, right? And that sucks. I mean, anyone else would have just died in there. It's only like Boba Fett that manages to get out. Probably Boba Fett, a Skywalker, or maybe a, maybe who else is Darth Vader? I guess he's technically a Skywalker. But I mean, he gets out and then he's like weakened. I can't find the goddamn picture of him. There he is. This is him coming out of the thing. All right, no, that's him getting sucked into the thing. Shit. Okay, never mind. Who cares? Anyways, so he gets out, right? And then they kind of beat him up. They're like, you mean freaking settler colonizer? You mean settler colonizer? I mean, imagine if like indigenous people, imagine if the indigenous Iroquois or indigenous Lakota people, right? After the American settlers had just like come in the night and slit the throats of indigenous women and children and then like burned all of their villages, gave them smallpox blankets, killed their people, signed treaties and broke the treaties, lied to them, betrayed them. How many times? And then there's one American, right, pilgrim who like accidentally falls down off a cliff because he didn't listen to indigenous people. Don't go up by that cliff. Especially don't go by that cliff in the middle of great thunderstorms, which are coming soon. Okay? You're going to get hurt. And then, well, I'm a white man. I know everything. And then he falls off the cliff, right? And then so the white people who have just killed you, slaughtered you, genocided you, stole your people, forced you off your land, made you go live in the harsh, rocky place. And one of them broke his leg and is all damaged. And he's like, help, help. I'm a settler colonizer. Help me, right? What would they, and so they're like, they can't really pay back all the violence that the indigenous people of Turtle Island can never, and they don't want to really, commit all the violence, despite, land back means indigenous people are going to genocide and enslave white people. White genocide, that's always the narrative, because white people can't, Western capitalist barbaristic people can't envision anything other than win-lose colonial mentalities and colonial relationships, right? But there's no way that the indigenous people of Turtle Island could ever, even if they wanted, they don't want to, even if they wanted to, revisit all the violence and repay the violence, eye for an eye, back to the white settler colonial people, right? So when the Tusken Raiders like chain them up, they're just kind of like, you're really mean. We're gonna be mean back to you. I mean, really, that's the way they look at it. It's not like they're not being mean to Boba Fett because they're just evil people, but that's the way that it is when Luke Skywalker's and Anakin Skywalker, right? The Tusken Raiders, it's really fucked up when you think about it, right? If the Tusken Raiders are the indigenous people of the planet, but they are the vector, right, for the creation of Darth Vader, right? Anakin Skywalker goes to the dark side. Why? Because his mother, I mean, in large part, his mother, Shmi Skywalker, she dies at the hands of Tusken Raiders, right? They kidnap his mommy, they torture his mommy. They come and they attack the indigenous people, attack the very nice white settler colonizer farmers. And they're brutal, they're savage, they're barbarous. They just and then Luke massacres them, right? But it's like it's implied that like it's really the indigenous people of the planet's fault that Luke even goes to the dark side. Luke Skywalker, right, gets beaten up and attacked by Sand people. Obi-Wan's like, oh, the Sand people are very dangerous. They'll be back in great numbers. Oh, imagine if a white person said that in a movie. Whoa, those indigenous people. The Iroquois people. Oh no, yeah, they beat you in the head. They're gonna come back. I scared them off. But those Iroquois are gonna come back and they're gonna scalp you, Luke. That's really I know that's not what was intended. They just needed some kind of foil to have Obi-Wan help Luke or whatever. But I mean, they are already coded as they just make it's coded like almost like they are kind of orcish, subhuman, human shape but subhuman, tribal, because tribal is evil. I mean, there's so many layers. I think it's a lot of it's just unconscious George Lucas, and not just George Lucas, white Western colonizer racism that is just flowing. It's just flowing and leaking out there in the Star Wars that you don't really notice it. When we watch Episode 4, and you watch how the Jawas and the Sand people are treated, which is they're just like blah, 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 blah. You make a funny little language. I imagine like colonizers in Vietnam, like the French going, oh, look at all these little animals, like the images of the French colonizers throwing coins to Asian children. You ever seen this video? This one, 1899 Indochina. You ever seen this one? With the French colonizers just throwing. Look at all these little animals. That's Jawas. Look at all these little animals. I wonder why they're all so emaciated and bone thin and just running around the ground like little birds or little rats scurrying around my little Vietnam that I don't even know how I got here. I think it was totally just and fair. But that's the way that's Jawa. Jawas are like the little coolies, and then the ones that are a little more the little feisty natives are the Sand people, right? They're like, oh, what? So savage! How dare you throw sticks at me? How dare you throw that sharp stick at me? So savage! What did I ever do to you? Except massacre millions if you take your country, enslave your entire people, ban your language, erase your history, delete all of the wrongs that I've done, and then blame me for the one time that you poked me with a stick one time. So violent. You should just vote and then learn how to read so you can like file a lawsuit in the law that we control, and this isn't law. It's all just lawfare and weapons to continue to barbarize you. Right? But that's infused into historically Star Wars. It's just it's just there because that's just history. Because there's no such thing as education and history in the West, when it really matters to the masses of the people. Nobody fucking. You can be you might even read about some of these, but you don't connect that into everything else. You can read about there's just pilgrims and the Americans showed up and these people they're kind of gone, and I guess we killed some of them, and some of them just they diseases, they just kind of went away, and and then back to exploiting money as an executive of this fucking branch, being a white suburban middle class person with 10 fucking Airbnbs with my mommy and daddy owning it, and me doing fucking nothing and just like collecting continued interest on the blood soaked money on stolen land and stolen people. That all of my nice things are based. But that's the Jawas. The Jawas are docile coolies. Not full. I mean, they do some trading here and there, but they're not really. They're just like those lesser people. And the Tuscans are like, oh, those scary, violent Native Americans that are coming. They're like Comanches, man. Oh, we gotta just wipe those suckers out. They're like Maori. They might actually fight back. Oh my goodness, so dangerous, right? And so but Star Wars has never cared, because it's a white man's show, to look into the perspective of those peoples, right? Why would it? You're too busy making money. George Lucas and Disney and the Hollywood is too busy making billions of dollars selling Star Wars Funko Pops, T-shirts, video games, television series, commercials, fucking movie tickets, buckets of $20 overpriced yellow 5 filled diabetes and heart attack causing popcorn, to give a fuck. What? They'll sell less movie tickets if they ever fucking told the story, especially in the last 1970s, 80s, 90s, noughties. It's not really in there, it's kind of like Tom Morata has like leveraged himself into a position where, you need me because I'm fucking Boba Fett. How are you going to replace Boba Fett? Everybody knows I'm Boba Fett for the last 20 years. Clone Wars, Mandalorian. They redubbed his voice into Star Wars, the original 4 to 6, right? Well, you're going to have to infuse it, or I'm not doing the show. So Disney's like, well, I guess we can still sell $20, $50 tubs of, tacky popcorn and $60 ultra, 64-ounce Pepsis, and movie tickets and Disney Plus subscriptions. Well, we might frustrate some of our white audiences, but I guess we have more international audiences now, even though Disney is extra American-centric and white, but I still want to make money, so okay, fine. Infuse some indigeneity into the story in 2022. It's not because, but anyway. And I don't say that because George Lucas is especially, it's not because the Star Wars 1, episode 4, 5, 6 were extra racist or something. They're just like normal baseline racist, like systemically racist, systemically subhumanizing anything that is indigenous coded, native, Asian, anything like a different peoples, I don't think they even realize that's what they're doing. They're just doing it because that's Western culture. That's really a condemnation of, again, all of the US and all of its allies in Europe, period. The end. And you got to get real about that, You got to get real about this shit. You can't just be like, well, Europeans too. Oh, America's worse than us. What are you doing in Africa right now? What are you doing backing America's wars in NATO? What are you doing in Ukraine? What are you doing? Right? You're not fixing it. You're still lecturing the rest of the world and going, well, we're better than those. America is the big skirt that everybody can hide behind because they're extra enthusiastic about their colonial genocide and slavery and capitalism and and that's why. But they're just one in an international system that actually requires the backup of EU and Canada and New Zealand, Australia and Japan and India when they are, they're kind of like places that they have their own internal work to do. But as long as they align with the United States and its settler, colonial, imperial, military, industrial complex funded project, they're not going to be able to. They're still going to be on that wrong side. Anyways, the San people, the Tuscan people, however, despite this historic kind of, it's fucked up that all that you are as a San person is the foil. You're that people that actual white saviors like Luke Skywalker, right, use as backstory for, we had some skirmishes with those San people. You're just like little backstory for the actual white savior to go around as American white man farm boy saving the universe, right? That's all you are. And for Anakin Skywalker, right? For Anakin Skywalker, you are like the evil bad thing that killed your mommy. You created Darth Vader, right? I mean, how much fucking worse does it get? You're just some savage. Nobody cares to ask like how they feel, right? Who cares? That's the message. Who cares? All that matters is they're uncivil. They can't be reasoned with. They just bark like weird dogs breathing in while barking. Who cares? They're just gross, disgusting, backwards little people, and they kill my mommy. Even though even though a lot of white people showed up and were settler colonizing this planet. Although I guess his mommy was a slave. Well, it's a white slave. Anyway, then it gets weird. But but these people that are on this planet, these indigenous people, they're constantly getting in the way, committing violence against nice Skywalkers and nice Tatooine white people, nice settler colonizers, these frickin' sand people. If they could just like get off of my planet that I stole from them, that is the white colonizer mentality. If these Indians could just like get out of the way, they made me kill them because they were like in the way in my manifest destiny. This is my United States. It is the eye of providence. It is God's will. It is the Creator's has shown me the light, and God's Christian will has shown our future as the promised people of this promised land of the United States. And all of these things here is their fault. These insects, it is your fault, indigenous sand people, for being in my way when I was trying to save the universe and save the world with freedom and democracy and human rights. And you are a little cockroach. You are a termite. You are a little badger, a little coyote, You're a little scavenger sitting on my nice land. Get off of my lawn. Get off my lawn, sand people. I'm gonna save the universe. I am America. I'm white, United States Christian American man with a light sword. I am gonna save the world from evil communist Asian coded empires. Get off of my lawn. That's the sand people. Right? And then it's like, wait, that's kind of not fair though. That's not really fair to the sand people. Who are these sand people actually? Right? But that's the perspective of all of Star Wars. Right? For everything until this book of Boba Fett. And then it's like, well, let's investigate like who these people actually are, you know? Like let's look into that. So anyway, let's not just be the foil. Let's not just be the nasty wild. Let's not just be the nasty shark that ate mommy and the thing that that Anakin kills to turn extra evil. Right? So anyways, so when Boba Fett encounters the sand people, they're not nice to him because nobody from outside has been nice to them. Right? That's part of it, right? Now maybe they shouldn't have beaten him up. They shouldn't have done that, you know. But you know, as Fanon, you know, and other Malcolm X and a lot of other colonized people would tell us, you know, the colonized people cannot do. I mean, they choose the ways in which to undo the greatest forms of the violence, which is their systemic oppression. You know, the Vietnamese chose a particular way. It was fucking fighting a fight against the United States to get their asses out of the goddamn country. That's why I made the game called Decolonators. There are multiple forms of decolonization. The Bolivians had a combination of there is military power, but a lot of it is economic fight and international alliances. The Chinese had a revolution and kicked a lot of colonizers out. The Cubans have to continuously stop international attempts to assassinate and overthrow their government. You know, every country that has kicked out colonizers constantly has the United States and its alliances of capitalist and colonial countries constantly trying to undo them at color revolutions, psyops, informational warfare, lawfare, right? The anti-colonial struggle inside and outside of colonial countries, right? Like the US, Canada, settler colonial and colonial countries. The struggle is never over. The war is never really over. It just changes form, you know? And so, you know, and like Luna Oi is technically fighting a decolonial warfare, but it's informational warfare. It's trying to educate people to, this is what Vietnam is. This is who we actually are. We're not just a shithole country living in little huts, and we're not just commie, authoritarian, freedom-free, backward people. You know, that's not who we are actually, right? That is a continued warfare by other means. The U.S., if it could, and it's still trying, it is constantly pushing to get a color revolution, trying to get right-wing, putting right-wing elements in there into Vietnam, funding them, backing them, and then blaming and saying, oh, the Vietnamese have no freedom. They're authoritarian. When these people call themselves, they get arrested. They call themselves a journalist, and then America goes, you see, Vietnam has no freedom of press, unlike we great free Americans, right? How's your journalism, by the way, in the United States doing? Are there any that haven't been fucking in prison for doing it, like Assange, threatened with extermination, solitary confinement for years, like Manning? You know, how's Daniel Hale doing for like just giving really important information? Like 90% of all of your drone strikes have killed innocent people in the U.S. military's drone strikes, right? Oh, that's right. You don't have any fucking freedom of the press. How's your court system doing? Where Danziger, the person who won a court case against Chevron because they fucking dumped millions of tons of toxic waste into Ecuadorian indigenous people's land, and then he was illegally put into prison by the U.S. Fossil fuel companies just for nothing, for winning a court case. You know, how is your court your freedom of press, your justice, equality, freedom of all these, there is none, right? But then you lecture Vietnam and China and all these other places, right? So anyway, importantly, there is a constant informational, the way in which the resistance to the colonial continued violence happens is decided by the colonized, and it in different times and in different ways. Of course, right now I'm trying to fight this back with just trying. I'm not, I'm just trying to educate people and undo a lot of lies on these streams and in the games and other things that I do on the social media, because that is the best way to do this. Because ultimately we don't want more the US would love more violence and war, so they could sell more weapons and make more hundreds of millions of dollars for the Lockheed and Northrop Grumman executives that run the entire United States under the military-industrial complex. But we don't want more actual violence. We would love to just have other forms of struggle, economic, information, advocacy. It would be nice to like win using rational arguments in courts of law and using a rules-based order and actual courts to settle these things. But the U.S. doesn't do that. They weaponize, all court is all weaponized in the West. So that's not, you have to kind of, it's a place where you have to kind of go through the legal system, but you can't ultimately win there. That's not really where it's won. Anyways, so that's a long discussion though. Boba Fett meets the Sand People, right? And, discusses his, they in the beginning, he's kind of chained up by them. They're like, you frickin' colonizer, what are you doing here? We're gonna kind of spit on you for a bit. Eventually, like, he does like learn. He helps them in some ways. Like, he helps stop a really big scary beast. I forget what it's called. I'm not gonna give you the whole plot because I want you to go watch it. But I do recommend you watch this show, Book of Boba Fett. So I'm gonna straight up say that. Especially episode 2. Six-limbed thing. What is that thing? Six-armed alien. Yeah. So there's like a six-armed alien that comes out of the ground, and Boba Fett kind of helps. He helps. He saves like a one of the indigenous people's child. This thing, yeah. And he helps the indigenous Tuscan people in a few different ways, and over time he eventually begins to like be less. He starts to, maybe he's given like a trial run to see if he can like work with them. And they start teaching him some of their ways of fighting. He's really bad at fighting with that weapon he's using in Mandalorian, that curved weapon that's based on Maori weapons. And then over time, I'm trying to see if I can find another picture of that. Over time, he eventually, warms up to them. They warm up to him, right? But, importantly, there's many things that are happening in that. I can't really explain all of it, but, one of the important things that's happening in that exchange is that, he doesn't ultimately just save them all. Like, he does get them eventually technology, right? They don't have access to it. Like, they don't have access. Like, here's a picture of him telling them how to drive the speeder, right? He's trying to teach them, this is how you use a speeder, because they've never used speeders before. But the reason why they don't have any speeders, right? They grabbed some rifles, right? But they don't know how to use the modern tech. They don't know how to use speeder and other more advanced technologies, because anytime they've ever interacted with the settler colonial moisture farmers, like Luke's family, like the people that are driving that train, it's America coded, American industrialists and Americans train as settler colonizers. They shoot at them. They railroad through their nation, their corporations, their plunder. They just shove their train through and then kill you later, and they make up reasons why they did that, and then pave over history with American textbooks that have no truth in them, where it really actually matters. And so they are just so they don't have access to the technology, not because they're stupid, right? It's kind of going like, it's like there are books written by accredited historians, biologists, anthropologists, sociologists in US, UK, Canada, everywhere in the West. They have tenured, people have made their entire degrees and livelihoods in academia in the West, literally writing about how black people are savage, barbarous, backward, lazy, and slavery is the best thing that ever happened to them. And justifying the killing of indigenous people with, well, they are untechnological, pre-technological, savage, uncivilized, and that's why white peoples, the United States of American people with advanced technology, with civilized culture, with advanced writing and literacy, Hawaiians. That's why Hawaiians had to be destroyed, because we beat them in every literacy, technology, economic development, racial equality, moral areas. We surpassed America in every way. That's why we were ultimately major reason why we were destroyed, because it broke the narrative of the white man's burden to civilize the planet Earth with Christianity, right? With their language. Becoming civilized means speaking French, right? Or English, and practicing the Christian religion. That's the residential schools in Canada that of ongoing genocide. Thousands upon thousands of bodies coming out of it, where Canada, up until 1997, was killing children in Catholic schools. 1997. Right? So the reason why they don't have, and I would argue the reason why many of these people don't have the technologies that they don't have the literacy and the education and the civilized, what the fuck, again, what does that word even mean, civilized, right? That's just, that every word is broken in English, but especially that word is nonsensical, right? They're not civilized, and also all of academia that's ever used all those words is also nonsensical. Yeah, I'm so sorry. You have a degree? What the fuck is that worth, right? Your fucking entire Western world is dying. What the fuck good is that? Nobody listens to their scientists. Didn't you watch Don't Look Up? Nobody cares about if you do actual science, it's criminal. They put a black bag over your head to throw you in a deep, dark dungeon with Daniel Hale and people that say true things. You can go hang out with Voltaire, Daniel Hale, and the dead body of Fred Hampton. You want to do any actual science. Unless it's like producing a better Tomahawk missile for Lockheed that they're not actually going to make. They're just going to make a broken F-35 and drive it off the end of a USS war criminal Gerald Ford aircraft carrier. So you can make weapons of war with science, and they probably will just break it for you. That's why Tesla's 500,000 recalled, broken, boring tunnels, really boring, full of Elon Musk's dead customers as their Teslas catch on fire and explode in a confined space that's less than 10 meters wide. So have a lot of fun not doing science, tech, engineering, or math if you want to do that in the West. Universities are private equity schemes masquerading as places of learning. So anyways, the reason why they don't have technology is not because they're stupid. It's not because they're barbarian, uncivilized, anti-technological. Native Hawaiians had more advanced technology than the United States. The belief that that's who we were is toxic, anti-indigenous belief. And if you are an indigenous person and you believe that being indigenous, I have family members that believe that. Being indigenous means not taking vaccines. What the fuck? I have a brother who has a degree in medical science from an accredited university and believes that shit, and believes that indigeneity means only growing kalo and living literally hand to mouth from the land. That, yes, we were very ecologically minded. Yes, there are a lot of important practices that Native Hawaiians practice, but we did not remain at a basic subsistence level without economic development. That is a mythology that is intentionally perpetuated in indigenous communities and out of indigenous communities to maintain forced subjugation, forced colonization permanently. As Vijay Prasad would say, permanent colonial structures and colonial mentalities. Internal colonial mentalities, like if we just grow, if we just spend 12 hours a day sticking our hands in the dirt to grow kalo that only we eat, only what we grow from the ground with our hand only, in the middle of fucking Honolulu, Hawaii, that doesn't even have any water to grow with because it's all poisoned by the US F-22 jet fuel, that means we're Hawaiian. That is not what Kalakaua, that is not what Kaiulani, that is not what Emma and all the leaders of Hawaii that had the greatest literacy rate on the planet Earth, higher than any Western country, that is not what they practice. That is what America has forced into my own family. My brother, my parents, my friends. They have forced a fictional version of Hawaiianness, of indigeneity, into us to believe we are pre-technological. And so that's what Boba Fett also deals with that. You know, Tusken Raiders are not. All I do is beat up and kill people like a savage little N-word monkey in the desert, throwing spears at everyone, like Prince Philip likes to say, right? You know the person who ran Britain with his disgusting wife with a $400 million fucking diamond in her skull. Her name is Queen Elizabeth. You know that guy? You all still throwing spears at each other. That's just normal European. You know, that's just normal European way. Just insult everybody who isn't from Europe because you're too busy taking $450 trillion from them to justify why you took it. Well, you're all just throwing spears at each other anyway. So we just took $450 trillion from all y'all, African, Asian, Pacific, and American, indigenous American people. The reason why the Tuskens don't have the technology is because they have been maintained in forced underdevelopment by the settler colonizers who just massacre them anytime they ever even come close. And so Boba Fett is one of only two people in the Star Wars universe that has gotten really close and actually understood the people that they're talking to, understood the indigenous people, and the actors are both indigenous. So I think there's something to this. And they have chosen to advocate for and fight for their own indigenous people and their own non-Western hegemonic cultures and peoples, right? So anyways, so back to this. So Boba Fett teaches them how to, I can't find like a good video that I can't think I find a good thing I can stick behind this, but he teaches the people about the speeders, about new technology. They teach him how to fight. Like he gets his ass kicked by the matriarch of that is also the weapons expert, the martial arts expert in their tribe. And he learns to respect them as like actually they're very. They teach him how to find the gourds, these hidden plants that grow under the sand that are full of moisture that you can drink. They have like a kind of, I think they have a juice or milk. They're kind of like a coconut. They're like a desert coconut that grows under the ground. And then they teach him how to live and hide to keep getting liquid in the middle of a desert by searching for these gourds, right? So they teach him their indigenous knowledge of how to survive in this eco region of a desert. It's like a lot of things happening here. A lot of things happening. You could do you could make your entire PhD in environmental and indigenous anthropological studies in 2020 is probably just taking one of these in this episode, just one episode. But anyways, so he looks at so they teach him how to like find the gourds. They teach him how to do their indigenous way of fighting. He never gets better at it than them. Also, some people go, you could probably go, oh, it's just like Last Samurai. This is like white man shows up, shows up in the a non-white place and then masters their culture and then then it saves them all. Tom Cruise in that is the white samurai. He like gets better at samurai sword fighting than the master swordsman. But number one, like this, the main character, like he never actually gets better than them at their own practices. He still gets beaten by the matriarch. Like when they're having the Boba Fett train fight, there's a scene where they're fighting on the train. I don't want to play it because I'm getting in trouble. But there's a scene where the Sand People and Boba Fett attack the train that has been railroading settler colonial genocide and plunder through their territory for unknown years, right? And where's the goddamn train? I can't find any motherfucking images. Where are those fucking images? Anyways, there's a scene where they're fighting on a train, and it's not Boba Fett that is doing all of the major fighting. The person who kicks the most asses on the train, like blows through like 20 settler colonizers on the train, kicks their ass out the window. One of them comes flying out of the roof, right? Is the matriarch. It's very women coded, which is its own thing. Guess what? Indigenous cultures have a lot of matriarchal, non-patriarchal. It's either equal or women make a lot of key decisions. Matriarchal societies. That's how Native Hawaiians and Native Maori and many other Native indigenous cultures were. Anyways, the matriarch martial arts expert kicks everybody's ass the most. He never gets better at them at their own way, right? But what he does is he brings in the speeders, right? He brings in the outside world that he is from and he understands, because they can fight good with their wooden stick that they have. They can use the rifle, the laser rifle. They can ride the banthas. They know how to find the gourds, to stay hydrated in the burning desert. And they know a lot of things about the desert. They know every grain of sand in the desert. That's what Boba Fett says. Like, you guys are experts at the desert. Because why? Well, because they're from there for thousands of years. That's what being an indigenous person from a place from a long period of time will do. Like, that's what the Native Hawaiians knew Hawaii and the islands and the ocean incredibly well. That's how they could navigate for tens of thousands of years, actually, across the entire world, actually, if you look very closely. But the vast majority of it, and scientifically, we're discovering the Austronesian and other peoples, indigenous peoples, are crossing to North and South America for many, many thousands of years longer than was previously known. The land bridge theory has been disproven in the Bering Strait. The Hawaiians knew the ocean, and the Pacific Island peoples of the indigenous peoples knew the ocean incredibly well for thousands of years, because that's where we live. We basically could live on the sea, like in Waterworld with Kevin Costner. That's a white savior, is a white man playing an indigenous Pacific person. That's a white bullshit, obviously. Kevin Costner says, I watched Hokulea, read about Pacific and Mapiailug and indigenous peoples of the Pacific Ocean's wayfinding techniques, and I wanted to be the white savior man who does it. And, the movie deals with climate change too, so it's fine. But, the West can never be honest. So that's, it is what it is. But like him, the Hawaiians could basically, and Mapiailug is one of our navigators who would literally go on a boat to sail from Tatawao, which is a tiny little place, a tiny little island in the Pacific, 1/3 of the Earth's surface, to go all the way thousands of miles to Guam just to get a pack of cigarettes and come back. So we mastered the ocean and surviving in the area and in the islands because we've been living and continuing and perpetuating this knowledge through our culture for millennia, for tens of millennia, tens of thousands of years, like the Sand people. And it's said actually earlier that the indigenous people, the Sand people, were water people, but then the oceans dried out, and then they were in the desert, and then they adapted to these new conditions. Anyways, so the Sand people, have all this knowledge. They transfer the knowledge to him, and they teach him these things. And then Boba Fett, has worked for the Hutts, right? He's a bounty hunter. He knows how to use their weapons. He knows how to use a variety of other weapons and interact with the colonizer world, which is full of gangsters and mafias. I have a whole stream on Cowboy Bebop and the colonizer world and the West, which is a cartel gangster mafia project that pretends to be rules-based, freedom, human rights, liberty, and equality centric civilization. There's no civilization. It's all barbarism. It's all gangsters. The U.S. is a smaller, but just as wrinkly, white, blue-eyed Jabba the Hutt run place. His name, Jabba the Hutt, is Biden, and the CEO of Lockheed Martin and the CEO of Pfizer as well. But they're all Jabbas. The West is a bunch of Jabbas. Queen Elizabeth is a longer hair, slightly longer haired Jabba, and Mr. Boris Johnson is a scruffier, more overtly Nazi-er Jabba, and Bolsonaro is just a Spanish-speaking or Portuguese-speaking Jabba, and France is a Niger uranium stealing, Libya bombing into the Stone Age and slave markets Jabba. Macron is like, I drink this soup and then I'm big, long, and fat and with a tail and a gangster. That's what the West is. Japan is like working for Jabba. Japan is like what Boba Fett was doing before, which is working for gangsters, right? Japan works for the United States. Greatest number of U.S. military bases outside of U.S. is in Japan. A lot of them in Okinawa on indigenous territory with the support of the Japanese government, who are making money from the U.S. to keep their bases poisoning with 350 times the amount of PFAS forever chemicals dumped into indigenous Okinawan water than the U.S. military has admitted. They're all fucking gangsters. The whole West is fucking... That's the real lies. Everybody's fucking a cross between Palpatine and Jabba the Hutt in the entire Western colonizer world. But they make it like we're all Luke Skywalker. No, you motherfucker, not. Luke Skywalker is fucking China, Vietnam, and Hawaii, and Laos, and Bolivia, and Cuba. You are all the Jabbas and the Palpatines. Somewhere, Palpatine, Jabba the Hutt, Stormtrooper, Star Destroyer pilot, AT-AT Walker driver, Captain Phasma. If you're a white person, you're somewhere in that spectrum. That's where you are. Indigeneity, or if you work for them, that you're somewhere in that spectrum. Indigeneity and Star Wars. So you know, the Boba Fett is like, I used to work for these people. I don't work for them I don't work for them anymore. Obviously, job is gone. But I know about their world because I've worked and lived there. I know about the Empire. I've come through. They used my body to make clones and made millions and millions of soldiers using my DNA and conditioning them into Roy Batty style genetic slaves with limited lifespans that are forced to massacre people and are bred and neurologically conditioned to be docile. Anyway, it's pretty. You think about the more you think about the Clone Wars, the more worse it gets. I was telling Holly, like, the clones in the Star Wars Clone Wars, that the Jedi Order, by the way, the Jedi are basically fucking. The Jedi are, if you think about that, they're kind of like murderous American child slave soldier drivers, which America, definitely backs genocidal regimes that use child soldiers. They love doing that. They love just massacring children, like every time they blow up a Afghan preschool or a hospital full of children in Iraq. They just love killing children. So they're not against killing children and using them for child soldiers, like in African dictatorships that they back and support and maintain, or what they're supporting in Kazakhstan right now to undo, to try to cause more quagmires for Russia and China, which the greatest borders for both are Kazakhstan. Anyway, so the child soldiers, Boba Fett is like, know how these colonizer world works. I can stop the train. I can stop the train. I can stop the train that is. I can stop the colonizers that are railroading their industry, and they're settlerizing and they're murdering vehicles. I can stop that thing that is crushing you. It's like, I can stop pipeline. I can help you stop CGL. I can stop U.S. illegal military occupation of Hawaii. I know how. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to, as half stormtrooper, because I went to a $20,000 private Ivy League feeder school right next to the greatest war criminal and Earth Emperor Palpatine Obama's alma mater. I went across. I'm trying to help the Native Hawaiian. Well, I'm also part Hawaiian as well. Well, I mean, I am Native Hawaiian, but I've been educated in colonizer ways that I have to undo. But I know how they work. That's why I'm doing these streams. I can help you stop, colonialism, capitalism, racism, because I know how these fuckers work. I work for 3 different billionaires that all paid me minimum wage so I could live in a fucking Mazda tribute and ration out spoonfuls of peanut butter to myself and ramen with frozen peas and carrots to my children. I know how they work because they dump me in a fucking a rust bucket to die with poison water. I can help you stop. I can stop the behemoth juggernaut of Western imperial colonialism. I can help you. I can help you stop it because I've worked for these fucking assholes. I work for all the Jabba the Hutts. And they go, you can't stop the train. You can't stop the train. There's no way that you can stop. There's no way that you can stop the colonial process. You can't stop the train. It's unstoppable. You can't stop the empire. You can't stop the genocide of indigenous peoples. You can't stop the plunder. You can't stop the system of capitalism. There is no alternative. Didn't you hear Mrs. Thatcher, the other head of the other empire, say? That's what they just said. They just said there's no alternative. You can't stop it. You can't stop this. You know, the Western America is the greatest country in the world. You can't stop it. It's inevitable. It's manifest destiny. It is ordained by God himself that we would have manifested our destiny, our God-given right, our divine right of kings and presidents and CEOs of Lockheed and neocons under the Project for a New American Century. It is our God-given right to rule this universe and this earth. You can't stop that train. And he says, no, I know how to stop the train though. I can tell you how to stop the train because I know who runs the train. I know where the transactions happen. I know what they think because I've had to work for these fucking assholes. You know, and he kind of has to like learn that there is another. It's very important because by interacting, when Boba Fett interacts with the indigenous Tuscan people, he's learning not only how to fight with their Maori inflected weapon. He's not only learning how to find gourds and live and survive this harsh desert planet. He's not only learning, about the this new lizard and hallucinogenic ayahuasca ritual like practice where they blow some kind of magical dust in your face, and then a lizard jumps and crawls into your nose and up into your brain, and then it makes you see things. He's not only he's not only learning about their culture and their ways and practices and martial arts, right? He's also learning there's another way to organize society, right? There's another way to manage a human organization or sentient beings, social and political and cultural structures other than the Cominians' genetic corporatized breeding of humans for weapons of war, the Empire's galaxy-wide complete domination by being the biggest, baddest, evil, and never apologizing and never telling the truth ever, right? And being the smaller cartel in the ultra cartel of the Hutts, right? Carving out carving out like a Peaky Blinders, New York Italian mob coded mini empire in the greater empire of the fallen, picking up the scraps in a broken, degraded, internally colonized, unequal structure in the walls of the rotten so-called pillars of freedom and democracy of the United States settler colonial project, right? That's what gangsters are in the United States. They're just many wannabe temporary embarrassed millionaires using a violent structure. Not always, there's different versions of this, but trying to survive under the unequal barbaric structure of the United States and its capitalism. They're like a mini fungus inside of a greater cancer trying to survive, right? So Boba's like, I've worked for all these, I know all these people. I've been through all of these different ways of organizing society, civilization. And, he looks at the indigenous people and he says like, the Tuscan multi-thousand-year-old people, this way of organizing society, this seems to be a better way to do things, right? It's kind of clear that he's actually like learning that. Like he doesn't like know that, but he's kind of like learning that. Like, of course, Temuera Morrison knows this because he is a Maori person, right? But he's kind of bringing that into the Boba Fett's character, which is that he kind of learns, he learns and he discovers this, and he obviously takes a liking to and also he learns to respect the indigenous Tuscan people. And then later it's clear that he jumps into the future and he says, I don't want to rule by fear and just violence. Even though there's times when violence happens. Boba Fett later in this is because some of this is taking place in the past and some of it's taking place in the future where he's like going to be managing for Jabba, right? He says, I don't want to rule by fear and violence. I want to rule by respect. I will respect you, but you have to respect, and it has to be, again, Boba is like, it's at least, it's, I'm not, it's, again, it's only 2 episodes into this Book of Boba Fett TV show, but it's clear that what is coming is at least he wants to try, Boba Fett wants to try to run Tatooine by more win-win cooperative, take the indigenous ways of managing society and of having, again, respect for people, between people and nature, which of course some people, they understand and integrate with nature. With Aina, in Hawaii we call it Aina, and Malama Aina, and living, we call it Aloha Kuleana Pono, right? Aloha is love for all of people and all peoples, not even ones that are just directly related to you and look like same skin color or one particular gender or one sexual orientation, right? Or one nationality. We have respect for all of peoples and also the nature that we're on. The Aina with the the word that means wealth and water, right? And this, for the Sand people, they obviously are integrated with and respect, and they are not damaging and destroying the area they're on, right? In Tatooine. And they're also gonna we're going to have a culture of respect for people to people, person to nature, and nation to nation, right? Different cultures interacting, right? And so Boba is trying to bring to a barbaric reality indigenous ways of being. You know, he's trying now. Tatooine and most Vespa, I can't remember the area that he's the area that the Jabba territory is taking over doesn't react. They're like, what are you doing? You're supposed to be carried on. You're supposed to have coolies like British colonizers being carried on the backs of Chinese people. Like, let me get that thread for you. What are you doing? Right? What are you doing, Boba Fett? You are supposed to be ruling by fear, and you're supposed to be above, Let me see if I can find that one. God damn it. I can never find my Hong Kong thread. Hong Kong. I want the picture of the There it is. Yeah. So, what are you doing? What are you doing, Boba Fett? You're supposed to be ruling the way that the actual gangsters, like the British, ruled Hong Kong, which was a colony until 20 years ago, and Britain still talks about it like they want their colony back, right? Right? You know where Jabba carried on backs, right? You know where the hut in Boba Fett is carried on the backs. I'm sorry, not Jabba. The hut carried. I'm trying to find the picture where he's actually being carried. Yeah, here it is. Here. See, this is. There's a scene where the Hutt show up. And they're like, you are supposed to rule by having all of your coolies, right? Your slaves, your N-words, your colonized people, your indigenous enshackled people. You're supposed to have lesser people. Inside of Europe, the feudal serfs, your peasants, commoners, hoi polloi, unwashed masses. The lesser, small peoples carry the big gangsters / feudal lords / oligarchs / capitalists / emperors / Caesars / techno kings like Elon Musk, right? You rule by landlording it. They still have that word in the West. They love that word. They don't want to get rid of the landlord because they're all still feudalists, capitalists, barbarian fuckers. You rule by being on top of the little people, and when they carry you, it shows your dominance and it shows your ability, and you kill people to show how willing you are to use violence, right? Inside of the US, you gotta go mask off violent as a gangster, right? To control your territory, But the U.S. can get away with the violence because it can just use the police and the courts and the prisons and the U.S. military abroad. Because they're the big-time gangsters of the U.S. empire or the British Empire. But failing that, you go crude mask-off violence, you know, and that's what the Hutts are doing, right? And Fennec is like, you gotta show your dominance because that's the way that this colonized Tatooine planet runs. For fear. If you don't do that, people are not gonna allow you to run this little town here, right? Because he's taking over for Jabba, right? But you know who actually runs society that way? You know, it's like the British, who went to China, subjugated and slaughtered the Chinese people by the tens of thousands, shoved aircraft carrier, like the equivalent of aircraft carriers, like they're shoving up China's ass right now. Like the USS General Ford, like the USS Her Majesty, the Queen Elizabeth aircraft carrier with American F-22s and F-35s falling off and blowing up on it to threaten China, to threaten Russia, to threaten Ukraine, to threaten Taiwan, threaten Iran, threaten Venezuela, right? Who actually has the other people deemed lesser based on skin color, race, nationality, and then carried on their backs? Who actually does this? Who does this? Euro fucking barbaristic colonizers like this fucking white asshole. And not only do they do that, they celebrate how awesome it is to be carried on Chinese coolie backs, to have 1,000 black slaves. How awesome is that? They celebrate it. They have ads taken out in this time. They don't do that anymore because they don't want people to know how horrible they still are. And they still have a colonial mentality. The people who ruled like the Hutts were the British and the Americans. They ruled much more mass violently than any Hutt ever could. You know, they were the Palpatines. But, you know, and so what happens in the book of Boba Fett is Boba Fett goes, now that I have learned how the Sand people live, right? Now that I've learned how the Sand people live, right? Which is indigenous ways, which is about win-win cooperation, which is not about ruling by fear and violence and subjugation and might makes right, right? And colonial win-lose mentality. I've learned how to how indigenous peoples of the earth, with win-win cooperation, with mutual respect, with actual equality, right? With actual racial equality, with actual economic equality and mutual respect. I want to bring that to broken colonized Tatooine. Anyway, but that's only episode 2, so I don't know how it's probably not going to work out. But you know, maybe it'll work out for Earth. Maybe one day America can have indigenous ways and practices that it has tried to stamp out be brought to it, but you know, that's a long, hard process. And it involves more than just, it involves going, we need progress and we need justice, but it's more than just saying those words. You actually have to actually respect the Chinese, like Ming-Na Wen's character, the Pacific, and not just respect them like, oh, I love those indigenous, I went to Hawaii and had a great time watching it a little bit. Then you have to respect them so much that you fucking take your aircraft carriers and stop your military from fucking killing us all with its jet fuel. Because, you know, also, we're not just here for your personal self-gratification and having little fake plastic coconut shell and celebrating grass dirt entertainment. If Hawaiians say, don't come to Hawaii, we have too much COVID, and also all your tourist hotels are exploitative, I just want my tourist vacation. You don't respect Hawaiians. You don't care about that's part of the respect is listen to the indigenous people when they tell you we don't want X and Y and Z, and you want to railroad it through. When you want to railroad your Hawaiian vacation, despite exponential COVID cases and we're all dying, and then you're like, I want my vacation in Hawaii. That's all exploitative. And I tell you, there's no way to come here without exploiting Hawaiian bodies, culture, and languages, and fake and breaking of our own ways of doing things because of the way that they don't even do real hula in the hotels. And then you're like, no, but I just want to go to Hawaii. I love Hawaiians. You don't really. You don't respect Native Hawaiians. You have an idea of who Hawaiians are in your head, and you want Hawaiians to be your little tourist resort, tropical Disneyland servants. You still want coolies while feeling you want to have your I'm a good person and have your coolie cake and eat it too. You still want your little servants carrying you around the Riviera of the Pacific. That's what Hawaii is. You want the little servants serving you your Mai Tai. You want your Jason Momoa analog teaching you how to surf. You want your trophy wife going into the fucking Sacred Avenue. You don't have mutual respect for the indigenous people whose land your fucking empire is illegally occupying that you should have undone by now. Why is it taking you fucking 200, 300, 400 years? So-called white Western left that doesn't exist. There is none. It's a joke. So that's why this show, the second episode in particular, is very, very, it's actually saying a lot of things and that's why all of the people who need to be upset, in the same way that the Matrix Resurrections is saying the right things, because all the people who are shitty fucking assholes are upset. All the right people are upset about Matrix Resurrections, and the same kind of people are upset about this episode. That's how it should be. That's not how it was when the first Star Wars came out. Not when 4 and 5 and 6 came out. Nobody was all, no. It was really, I like that a lot. It told me what I want. It's kind of like the Hawaiians going, oh yeah, no, you're doing really great. No, just put that cigarette butt out and just drop it in my beach. That's totally fine, white person. Yeah. And then they go back home. Yeah, thank you. So I'm so happy. Aloha, welcome to Hawaii. Here's the cellophane lei, and please get into your tacky little tour bus with a $1 render color sign. And yes, I'm so happy to make $7 an hour dancing a fake version of my dance, serving people while I'm getting my ass pinched. And thank you. And living in a poison fucking ghetto, 22-hour house because fuck, it's $1 million for a 1-bedroom next to the meth lab above a fucking highway. Oh, I'm so happy. Aloha, welcome to Hawaii. Mahalo for coming. Thank you. Come again. You have to do that, otherwise you get fired, right? And then people go back to America and go, oh, those Hawaiians are so nice. I love them so much. They don't fucking love you. The same way the McDonald's employee is not happy to see you when they give you a free smile and they serve you French fries. Hawaiians, not only is it a fucked up corporate service industry abusive job, it's also like an eradication and a humiliation of the entire culture. On top of mountains of genocide, illegal occupation, and ongoing military weaponization for plundering of China and Asia. So to respect the indigenous people, to learn to do what Boba Fett is doing, is much more than just going, oh, thanks a lot, here's $2 for your thing, and I'm going to spend $1,000 colonizing Hawaii in my vacation. To actually respect and learn how to live in a win-win cooperative. It's going to take $450 trillion of reparations from all y'all. But it is going to take concretely getting all of the indigenous people up to the level of independent existence. All those reservations, it means sovereign economic, political realities for all indigenous people, including the Native Hawaiians. And if we feel like letting you into Hawaii, then you come in. Not like, oh, but that's how you can tell. That's how I can always tell. There are people come on my streams, and when I bring that up, they'll be like, oh, well, I love Hawaiians though, I should be able to come in. No, that's the colonial mentality. That's the colonial mentality. But I love Hawaii. I should be able to go anywhere. Motherfucker, it's a pandemic. Do you not see how many fucking cases you have? And there's alpha, omega, epsilon variant is coming to wipe off every last fucking white person because there are people that don't want to get a fucking shot, apparently. Especially the right wing. And even the liberals are like, well, you can get a shot and then go have 25,000 parties and snog everyone in your yoga class. Do you not? Anyways, you should not be flying anywhere, but going, I must have a vacation in the middle of a fucking pandemic on top of stolen land, despite indigenous people saying there's no way to come ethically right now for R&R tropical vacation time because that's all white capitalist owned. And if you cannot get that, then you are like very, 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 you are very, very, very much at the very beginning of your journey to learning how to live in an actual indigenous way, in a win-win cooperative, mutual respectful way. You're very, very new to that journey. I mean, I'm glad that you're at least trying. Because some people that are just like, well, I just want to wipe off. I just want to sit on a throne of Chinese, black, and indigenous skulls. There's some people saying that right now. It's called The Majority of America on Tucker Carlson, who is the mainstream America. He's the #1 most popular show in the United States. So at least you're better than, like, you're even more fucked up relatives, but you're still very, very early in your journey. If that's where you're at. Loving indigenous people means, not being an asshole to them when they're driving your dollar rental car and working for starvation wages to be a clothes washer and bed, hotel bed count sheet washer. That's not it. It means actually like learning who they are and then listening when they fucking say something and respecting their wishes and also stopping your goddamn empire from annihilating us all. I mean, and not just us, the whole fucking planet, please. For your own goddamn skin. I mean, nuclear war, non-nuclear war, climate change, you name it. The U.S. military is the #1 polluter, and every capitalist country in the capitalist entity in the world is backed by the U.S. military, which backs global capitalism and global colonialism, which are all integrated together. So you want to stop any of for your own goddamn skin, please, but you shouldn't really do that for your own self. That's part of non-indigenous, barbaristic colonial ways, is not caring about anyone other than yourself. But that's a normal Western white thing to do. But you should try to stop doing that. You should try to not be an asshole, maybe. So Boba Fett's win-win cooperation with indigenous San people versus win-lose colonizers. Anyways, so yeah, there's a lot going on here. But I want to get a picture of that train though. I can't find the goddamn train in the book of Boba Fett. Where's this fucking train? Oh, I cannot find the train. It's disappeared. Oh, there's also a Wookiee. There's a Wookiee in book. Speaking of other random shit about Boba Fett, there is a giant Wookiee that's like Chewbacca but more mean. And like I think a bit bigger and has spike. Looks like he's like a character in Fallout. Anyways, giant Wookiee. But other things. I'm gonna take this off because I can't find much more stuff that is related to what I want. In Book of Boba Fett, you have. So he helps them to get the tools. He says, "Give me a stick that's like their fighting weapon and a blaster, and I will stop the train." He goes and he finds the people that are running the. He finds one of the settler areas, beats up a bunch of assholes who are like laughing about all the Sand people that they just massacred while driving through. Beats them up, takes a bunch of speeders, brings them back to the indigenous village, and it's then teaching them how to ride, right? So he's like, I know how to ride speeders. I know how to do these things. So he teaches them. I know I've said that before, but he's giving them skills, knowledge, and what's another thing? It's technological transfer. Like I don't know, getting 5G roads and I don't know belts and roads. Like roads. Transport, like speeders are kind of like, they don't really have roads because everything's hovering in Star Wars because it's sci-fi. But he gets them transportation. It's kind of like getting Laos high-speed light rail train that can go faster than any Euro or American train. You know who's doing that? You know who is technologically transferring, like Boba taking speeders and getting them to the indigenous Tuskens. You know what the Tuskens don't do? You know what they don't do? They don't go, oh, we Tusken Raiders, we only walk. We want to stay underdeveloped and only walk. Like we Native Americans, we only want to grow hand to mouth and we only dance. We only wear feather headdress at all times. We will never wear jeans, t-shirt, overcoat, overalls. We don't wear cyberpunk glasses. We only, I put cyberpunk glasses on all the time. Hawaiians, we only wear no glasses, only half naked. That's the only thing we ever do because that's all Hawaiian is. Hawaiian is pre-technological savage Hakka dance. That's I said Hakka savage. We only practice culture from before 1700. That's all that Hawaiianists can ever be, right? Native Americans only look like big feather hair dresses, the Red Sox or some Indian racist sports team mascot style Indians. That's the only way we can be Indian, or that's the only way we can be indigenous people of Turtle Island. Only Native American way to be is wearing moccasins from 300 years ago. You can't have any electric moccasins like what Megan Byrne wanted. You can't have indigenous future. Indigenous futurism don't exist. That's what Canada told a lot of indigenous people looking for grants. Because the West is never going to give you no money to undo colonization and have a future for indigenous people. They want to wipe you off the map, especially Canada. That's why they send the RCMP to go threaten, destroy, and steal and railroad through Coastal GasLink pipeline and other fossil fuel pipelines. Railroad through. That's why it's so important that it's a train. These illegal projects, right? So the technological transfer part is also very important. They take the new technology of the speeder, right? They take the technology of the speeder. They're like, what is this? We don't know what that is. And then they don't go, oh, that's bad. Like my brother going, oh, we only practice ancient technology. We don't do, motherfucker, you driving a car, you have a cell phone, you're saying all we got to do is grow kalo? Eat kalo, that will cure COVID-19. What the fuck are you even on about? What right-wing Trump supporter MAGA church are you going to that's telling you that Hawaiianness is about MAGA and anti-vaxxing and only eating fucking kalo and that's it? That's not what Kalakaua did. Kalakaua went across the earth. He spoke 8 different languages. He circumnavigated the globe when Queen Elizabeth was sitting there sipping tea, afraid to leave her Buckingham and Windsor little palace. What are you even talking about? Because my brother don't know history because he went to a Western university and got a 4-year degree from an accredited, highly prestigious Creighton, Nebraska University. What good is a U.S. or Western university? Nothing. That's what it's good for. Nothing. He has a degree in health and he believes in anti-vax. So that's how much they teach you. That's how much they teach you in universities in the West. That's why half of all of Europe and the United States are burning themselves to a crisp. You know just enough in your own little specialization to maybe do enough science, technology, engineering, and mathematics work on your Lockheed Martin missile or contorting the molecules on fentanyl and OxyContin to make Safenil, which is like fentanyl and oxy, but not addictive and deadly like opioids. That's about as much as you learn. You learn enough history in your tiny little narrow group in your Western university. That's a private equity firm charging $200,000 for unpayable student debt for 70% of you to never get a job in your fucking field, paying starvation wages to your fucking landlord, your college debt lord, your mortgage lord, your fucking corporate lord that's taking 90% of your labor value, sticking it into fucking the corporation you work for, whether it's Walmart or Apple or what the fuck. You don't learn anything in the Western university system. It's a joke. My father got more racist spending a lot of time around university professors of University of Hawaii. He got really extra self-hating hanging out at UH. He spends at least one day a week in it's called the men's group. Now it is mostly white male professors. There's some people, but they're mostly rogue educators that are trying to do something else. And there he became really liberal. So anyway, I have a deep hatred. I have a deep upsetness because my father was genocided by the universities of the United States. And now he hates himself. Thanks a lot. Thanks for that. And my brother also was diseducated. Thanks for that one too. So Boba Fett is giving them the technology. They accept the technology and adapt. That's what Hawaiians did. Hawaiians didn't go, oh my God, guns, rail, cars, steam engines. That's not Hawaiian. We don't do that. They learned how to do guns, steam engines, Kamehameha, like one, united the islands. And then Kamehameha and Kalakaua and the leaders later invented the most advanced civilization in the history of the world by taking human international technologies. They're not white technologies. Most of this, a lot of this was invented by black women, like the post-Newtonian calculus done by hidden figure black women, scientists, technologists, engineers, and mathematicians at NASA, and then white men took credit for it. So all these things that America and white technology, if you're an indigenous person, get this idea out of your head. Especially if you are indigenous and you're listening to this, Hawaiian or whatever, that to be indigenous is pre-technological. Indigenous people did the majority of the world's technological invention and advancement. And then white people took credit for it. And mathematics. More than half of the stars in the sky are named by non-white people. You know, like Alderaan is like Alderaan. You know, there's a star. The all being, you know, a crab is a non-white word for crab. You know, Alderaan. You know, Aldebaran is an actual star. You know, but you know the all in front of that. It's all because these are not white. These are non-white astronomical scientific nomenclature, and the white people broke all the noses off of all the non-white people in Africa, and then said we did everything. White people don't invent shit. Chinese invented the paper. Iroquois and indigenous people of Turtle Island invented the social technologies of the Constitution, human rights. All these ideas that are infused into the United States, they're all stolen and then never properly actually adopted because America don't give a shit about human rights, equality, or justice or anything. The black powder and the paper that the Americans wrote their Constitution and their British Magna Carta and everything else on, stolen from China. The weapons, celebratory Happy New Year, pyrotechnic devices turned into weapons of mass death. That's the only thing white people ever really did good at, is being horrible and killing people with greater and greater ruthlessness. That's about it. If anybody ever tells you that indigeneity is about being pre-technological and prim, whatever this racist, white, confused, Western quantum brain nonsense where you could be simultaneously super primitive, but also like super advanced, and also you're white, and then you're like speaking for indigenous people, like you know who the fuck they are, but you don't know shit, But anyway, if any person tells you that indigenous people are pre-technological, this and that, that is completely wrong and it's off base. And sadly, too many Native Hawaiians think that. Because that's part of the mental colonial, that is part of the internal mind colonization of indigenous people to think that. We were the most advanced civilizations, and we still are, and we will be in the future. Chinese are just carrying the mantle forward. Based on a sovereign, anti-capitalist, anti-imperialist, socialist, technologically modern, racially and economically equal Hawaii is what Sun Yat-sen modeled modern China on. So we have to remember this stuff. That's why I keep saying it over and over and over, because every time I say it, a million wrong things are going to be projected into your mind from your textbooks, from your family and friends' conversations, from fucking universities, apparently still, from liberal bullshit, from history books, from the school, public, private, and charter. So, but we have to remember this. Anyway, so the technological transfer that happens willfully. The Tuscans accept the new technology. They use the new technology of the speeders to attack the rail. It is not Boba Fett that saves them. They save themselves. Again, the person who kicks the most asses in the fight against to take down that American Carnegie steel and rail baron capitalist white settler colonial blood money built fucking railroad. The person who kicks the most ass is the matriarch martial artist. All the raiders work together with the new skills that they have gained with skill and technology transfer, right? Win-win cooperation between Boba Fett and all of these indigenous people. And then together, they all take the train down. They beat the train runners. The train runners say, well, we always thought, we just thought you guys were uncivilized, and so we were just trying to do commerce, right? It's just business. That's what they say. It's just business. Sand people are barbaric, savage. They can't be bargained with and reasoned with. They can't talk. So that's why we were just driving through, running our train. Railroading our bullshit through and then blaming the people that we've railroaded. So, I mean, there's so many important things that happen in that episode, just one episode 2. But that's their attitude, right? But Boba Fett and the Mandalorian, who is, again, an indigenous Chilean person, Din Djarin's character is played by that, they both prove that the Sand people are both capable of communication, capable of being reasoned with and associating and dealing with. Prove, and Boba Fett says, like, your lives that are being spared are proof of our civilization, proof of the Sand People's civilizedness. You know, it's like stuff that I talk about all the time on these streams, but it really comes through in this episode 2 of the Book of Boba Fett, right? Which it's really about going, you're so civilized, Mr. White American coded rail capitalist runner, settler colonial American capitalist runner. Well, how about we show you how civilized we are by not killing you? Of course, implying these so-called civilized rail runners are not civilized because they're just randomly killing the savage people, right? But it shows it really brings to forefront, right? This episode, the nonsensical, duplicitous, diseducational, just lying nature of the Western world. That's about being the most barbaric, savage, violent people, and then attacking the indigenous people who you are keeping developed, keeping poor, keeping colonized, and calling them savage and bad. All those black people, they're always black on black crime. That's the civilized white American accusing the black person in the ghetto of being the savage in the modern times. You're all just killing each other anyway. I don't want my tax-paying dollars to go for your meth and crack babies. A white woman won office running on this message. I don't want my hard-earned tax-paying dollars to go for those crack baby Hawaiians. All their Hawaiians and their crack babies. She won office running on that in Hawaii. That's how deep the colonial structures and mentality are in even Hawaiians, and obviously in the white people. And so the more I think about it, the more this is just like, oh my God, there's like so many things in this. But yeah, so tech transfer. And then there's another one. He says like, he tells some people like, the Sand people, you are the indigenous people. You are a great people. You don't need to hide. You shouldn't have to hide. You should be able to stand proud as your people. You shouldn't have to cower like Hawaiians. That's like Hawaiians going, oh, I had a boss that once said, yeah, we might be Hawaiian. His last name was like, it's like a, well-known Hawaiian last name. Like a Kahele, he's like, well, he's from like Nuuanu area, like Papakole. He's from like reservation ghetto, the rocky part where you can't grow nothing and you can't see anything because it's behind Punch Bowl. And he said, well, yeah, technically we're Hawaiian. I worked for this person while I was doing as a STEM teacher and social worker for the underserved at-risk youth. He said, yeah, we're Hawaiian, but we all have to learn how to be Western capitalists now. He like literally said that. He got a law degree. He's trying to put his kids through the fancy school Punho, where President Obama's alma mater would learn how to be a perfect murderer, and where the CEO of eBay's kids all go, and all the richest people's kids all go to this oldest school west of the Mississippi. And he's like, we all have to learn. He's a Hawaiian guy. He was saying, we all have to learn how to be Western capitalists now. We have to bury our Hawaiianness. We have to hide. Like Haunani K. Trask was the only one, right? Going, we are not American. We are not American. We will never be Americans. We'll die as Hawaiians, right? But Haunani was one of a minority that was openly, a lot of people felt that in their hearts. But they felt like we as indigenous people, we have been occupied. We have been destroyed. They've railroaded the statehood of the illegal state of Hawaii through without our consent. But we have to just suffer this because America is big and evil, and it's the biggest evil, and it's wrong, and it's bad. It is not what we want. It's not who we are. It's not who Hawaiians are. We know this, but we didn't vote for the state of Hawaii. We never asked for this. It was a political stance that was forced upon us. I'm going to go refer this back to something that, I brought up regarding Red Hill, right? We never wanted to be a part of the United States of America, but the United States is so big, so violent, so duplicitous, and there's so many mountains of lies. It's so deep. They've diseducated. They sent all of our children, our Hawaiian children, to American school to learn how to put their hand over their heart and worship the American country. They all speak in American accents. They all love hot dogs and their Big Macs. They all like talk. They act like capitalists now. They've physically, genetically, not genetically, but they physically, literally, in the fires of Chinatown, they have denationalized us. They've banned our language, and they have erased us. They have destroyed us. They have remade us into Americans. And even in our heart, a lot of us, we feel like we know this is wrong. But what can we do? America is the empire, like Palpatine's Star Wars empire, the biggest, baddest evil in this universe. And we just have to survive it. We have to hide our Hawaiianness. We have to bury our Hawaiianness. We have to just talk like Americans, like my aunt who talked American, got a great job working, did makeup for, Colin Powell, had her own product line, ran a Miss Universe pageant, made millions of dollars, made extra millions of dollars in the tech boom in the 90s. Cut her epicanthic folds from her face, bleached her skin white from her Hawaiian and Asian origins, turned herself into a white woman, changed her accent, beat physically and psychologically dozens of maids and Mexican servants that she had in her giant mansions in Oregon, married a white fossil fuel and military oligarch, and said, I don't want my tax-paying dollars to go to these lazy Mexican bums and these brown people. She buried her Hawaiianness. She hid her indigeneity. Like in a certain sense, the San people hiding themselves, it's not the same, but we have to hide who we are. We have to bury who we are, because who we are is bad. Who we are is wrong. Who we are is savage. We are savage. Hawaiians were backward, and we were saved by America, right? We got to just believe that. That's what my father believes. He's Hawaiian and Asian, and he's a member of the Hawaiian nation. That's what the university taught him. We are savage. We are backward. We have to bury ourselves. We have to hide ourselves away. We have to go into the dustbin of history with all of the coolies and all of the N-words. We have to go and rot down there with the dumpster juice and all the other trash. Like so much cigarette butts floating out into the oceans off Waikiki. We have to just rot out there, just dissolve. And then Boba Fett is like, you shouldn't have to hide who you are. You have all of these amazing ways, and you are a great people, a great culture. You are much more civilized than this so-called civilized Tatooine gangsters, and certainly more civilized than the empire of this galaxy and all of its stormtroopers. All of its Navy personnel and all of its Marines and Iraqi children murderers. You are more civilized, Native Hawaiians, than all of the U.S. military, the United States that is civilizing you, that is going into Afghanistan, massacring hundreds of thousands of people, leaving a $21 trillion quagmire, and then coming home and calling it mission accomplished. You are much more civilized, indigenous people of Turtle Island. We're stopping 25% of the climate's destruction while your women and children are being missing, and your two-spirit people are being missing and murdered, and you're doing all the goddamn actual work. You are more civilized than the Canada America will ever admit. You should not have to hide who you actually are. The Chinese, you don't have to hide. You're not the sick men of Asia. You're not the fallen yellow people. Cheap Chinese gadgets, the cheap Chinese food. You're just a cooker or cleaner, because the savages, who are the Americans, banned you in the Chinese Exclusion Act and the Gary Act from naturalizing and doing anything but women's work, cooking and cleaning. You should not have to hide who you are, Asians. Africans should not have to hide who they are. You're not just the slaves and the help and the people doing the crack and the people that are like only fit to be knelt on. You have 1 billion people, and you invented like much of the technology that we still run on, including much of the mathematics and the astronomy, and just a few things. And you should not have to hide yourself, billions of people of the planet Earth, because less than 800 million white people, Western Euro settler colonizers, and all their little fucking friends say that you should all hide and bury yourself and rip your Hawaiianness and your black and your Africanness and your Asianness and your indigenous American and indigenous Pacificness. You should just rip that out and become a white Western liberal democracy or conservative democracy having country. You should not have to hide who you are. Who you are is not necessarily better, but it's definitely less destructive than all these other so-called civilized United States of America, United Kingdom, France, Spain, German peoples. You know, that's the final, you know, that's kind of like what's being said. And they're like, well, we can't. How can we do that? If we say who we are, if we try to interact, they will just kill us all. They don't respect us. These colonizers, these settler colonizer, moisture farmers, and Tatooinean Mandalorian settler town people, they colonizers are not going to respect us. They're just going to kill us if we try to come out in the open. And he goes, well, we're going to charge them a toll. We're going to demand reparations every time they want to move their train through. And if they try to drive their murder train through, if the U.S. military tries to drive its ass through Vietnam, you try to bring your John McCain flown napalm death bringers on the back of a genocidal war to stop the spread of communism and invade Vietnam and recolonize it, well, maybe we'll just kick your fucking ass out. And they said, well, we will revisit on you. Whatever you bring to us, we'll revisit on you tenfold. And I mean, that's called nuclear armed China. And that's called Cuba with a goddamn military going, fuck you. We're not going to let you just come in and colonize us again after we kicked all of your landlords and all of your Marco Rubios and your Ted Cruz's the fuck out. And that's why you fucking might need a state if you're going to try to survive colonization right now. One day, if you barbaristic peoples of the West can learn to stop being such assholes and massacring evil Palpatines, maybe we'll dismantle our states and our militaries. But until that time, if you only respect violence, then we'll have to have some violent abilities so you fucking respect us. Because that's all you respect, apparently, is people who have fucking nuclear weapons. Or friends that are nuclear arms. That's why North Korea has nuclear weapons. That's why China has nuclear weapons. That's why everybody has a friend that has nuclear weapons that is currently sovereign or has some in a military and an informational and an intelligence community to push back against your constant fucking coups, color revolutions, your hybrid war, your psyops, your sanctions, your financial mass destruction, your militaries, your IMF, your World Bank. We would love to not have this, but you are all fucking uncivilized barbarians out there. So, and at the end, it's like, well, we're not going to hide. We're just going to have technologically modern advance with technological transfer. That's what China is doing, actually. And other countries in the Group of Friends in Defense of the UN Charter. And all the communist countries that are supporting all the places that are trying to get out from under U.S. military bases and incursion, we are going to have an advanced modern technological society with a military to make you respect us. Like Vietnam demands your fucking respect. You're not going to get away with disrespecting Vietnam right now. And if you try to invade again, we'll just decolonate your ass again. You are going to mutually respect the indigenous Vietnamese people. And if you try to invade, we have a goddamn military. We have economic and other tools at our disposal to kick your ass out. We will trade with you. We will exchange with you, but we'll not be colonized. We will never be colonized by you again. And I recommend all indigenous peoples of the world to, look at that and look at also the Chinese people, Mao and the communist revolution based on an anti-imperialist, socialist Hawaii. Yeah, we'll trade with you, United States. Yeah, Elon can, we can make a few Teslas because you can't make any in the United States because you can't even get your fucking semiconductors to not malfunction like in Arizona where you can't even get your goddamn factory started up because people are dying of fucking COVID, and also you're just inefficient and too much capitalism is ripping apart the way in which you're setting everything up. Yeah, we'll do some business. You can have some Walmart products. We'll make your buckets, your nuts and bolts, and your phones, but you better fucking start respecting us. And you're definitely not going to military come and you're not going to railroad another opium war and colonial subjugation of China again, motherfucker. No. You're going to respect us. And you're not even just militarily, you're going to respect us in the way you talk about Xinjiang and how you're going to stop lying about human rights violations. You're going to stop threatening and violating the one China policy in Taiwan. You're going to respect us, motherfucker. And if you don't, there's going to be military, economic, socio-political, and other consequences to you. But that's the end of the Boba Fett episode 2, which is that's what happens. Like, and now the Tuskens have weapons. They have more advanced weapons. They have speeders. They can go as fast as the trains can. So they can't just be like bombed into the Stone Age again. You know, not that America can even win at bombing. Fucking speaking of, you know, agricultural, non-jet fighter armed people of the desert, America couldn't win at fucking against goat herders in Afghanistan. So I don't even know. They're not doing too good nowadays. But it ends with like, we will not be technologically suppressed. We will not be economically suppressed. You will start paying every time you come through our territory. This is our territory. We were here. We've been here for thousands of years. This is our territory. You're not gonna just come through, blow us away, and then not give us any benefit from the land that you are stealing. You're gonna pay reparations. If you kill us, we're gonna retaliate with economic forces. What did I say last time? The rest responds to nothing. They don't care about human rights. They don't care about morality. They like talking platitudes so that they make you think that they give a fuck about human rights. They don't give no fuck about no human rights. Human rights are just another weapon to do mass evil and despoilation for the 1% ruling classes of the West. There's no such thing as morality in the West. It's a joke. They don't care about law, justice. Courts are just weapons, like I already said. And they're rubber stamping for slave auction houses called the United States prison system. They don't care about law. They don't care about human rights. They don't care about talk. They don't care about votes. Votes are Western liberal democracy or plutocracy with coloring book games every 4 years. There's no such thing as democracy in the West. They don't care about any of that shit. They want you to think they care about it so they can keep colonizing you. So you let your guard down and they blow you up and take you over and coup you and do something, right? This is what the Western barbaristic world respects. Military force and economic force. That's the only two things. And so that's what they have at the end of Boba Fett. They have the Tusken people now have military force. They have advanced high-speed tools to catch up to the trains. They've shown they can take down one of the trains. It's like Vietnam taking down 26, half of the U.S. B-52A Stratofortress fleet before they can finish bombing Hanoi and Da Nang and Ho Chi Minh City. The Vietnamese have proved to the French in Dien Bien Phu that the French were Dien Bien fucked. That's why that's a quote in Decolonizers, that the colonizers cannot just get away willy-nilly with genociding, murdering, enslaving, and pillaging their land and people. And then the Vietnamese military to kick their ass, the French, and then they kick Americans' ass later again. To mass death, yes, but they did finally kick their ass out, right? And they said, you know, and so that happens. The Tusken kicked the train's ass, and they say, if you try that again, we'll kill you 10 times as many as you kill us. So don't do that again. And the civilized, the barbarous Western capitalist American settler colonizer people go, oh shit, maybe we won't do that. They understand that. They understand violence. That's the language they speak, the real barbarians. And they understand economics, which is that like, to be clear, economics for the West is only maintained through violence, right? Every landlord collects rent because dudes with guns are going to kick your ass if you don't pay that rent and throw you on the street and break your shit, right? That's what the police are for. They're for enforcing capitalism and enforcing white supremacy and catching slaves, right? Breaking unions, throwing people who don't have enough money to the landlords to be thrown on the street for landlords to keep collecting capitalist rents for your housing right to have a roof over your head. And so ultimately, be underneath the economics though, what they want to make money, but under the money always comes the violence at the end of the day, which is that we make money, right? The opium wars, the genocide, the 450 trillion on which all Western colonial wealth is built is built, it's money accumulated at the permanent threat and execution of mass violence. That's what's under all of it. They only ultimately, the West, so-called civilized countries, only respect unbridled maximum barbarism. That's why this is nonsensical. What the fuck does civilized mean? What does barbarism mean? Right? Bar. It's the thing that, you know, they describe those Eastern people, you know, like that's a bar. Oh, those Tuscans, they make sounds like those weird German tribes. That means they're barbaristic. Right? I'm not saying that the same thing as Tuscans, but barbarism is a word that comes from those other people that aren't like us. We're the good people. You know? But it has come to mean the thing when you have mass violence and just uncontrolled rule of kind of chaotic, uncivilized violence. But what does that mean when you have people that are doing this mass violence all the time, all over the world, calling the people that aren't barbarians and savages? What does savage mean? What the fuck does this word mean? When you're the one doing all the violence and all the killing and all the unreasonableness, but then, like, you know. Anyways, so that's why, like, those are several reasons why that episode is, like, has many important things to say that I don't even have time to go over all of them, and I'm getting, like, way too upset thinking about them all to have to even think straight sometimes when I'm thinking about them. But it is so finally, because it's already 2:25, I do recommend that you watch Boba Fett. At least episode 2. It is not a white savior episode, because Temuera Morrison is an indigenous Maori person who is guiding that show, and the character of Boba Fett and the development of the San people as an indigenous people. And it is at least saying some truth. I'm not saying that everything that come out of that entire Caesar series, I've only seen 2 episodes, is all awesome and unicorns and rainbows, and the cure to COVID-19 shines out of the butt of the Book of Boba Fett, right? You know, but I mean, these aspects that I'm talking about are very positive. I mean, if you ever watch my streams, I'm usually here to rip a fucking new one for anything that comes out of Hollywood, and anything that comes out of, like, the English or West French or Spanish speaking movies, games, entertainment. I'm just here to, like, rip that all to shreds usually. So I'm not particularly biased to being kind to Disney films and shows, if you know my track record. So you should take this as a token Silver Spook, as a brief aberration in the Silver Spook serial, just truth telling on all of your Western bullshit. Anyways, not that I'm taking a break from truth telling. I'm just saying this is one movie that's actually good. But anyway, if you don't know, here's something else that the barbarian U.S. is doing. Hawaiian drinking water is still contaminated with U.S. military fuel. Speaking of the real world barbarians, visible oil sheen is in the tap water after the first full system flush of the affected pipes, wasting tens of millions of gallons of Hawaiian water. The Navy is dumping jet fuel straight into our ocean right now. This is water from today. In Hickam Air Force, Hickam base, the tap water is pouring out with an oil sheen on it. And they're dumping that oil-filled water. This is after the dump. After they dump the water into the ocean, it still has oil in it. So there's a waste of all that water. Rather than clean the pipes, replace the pipes, and drain the tanks, they're just trying to flush the water. They're just like throwing all of our millions of gallons of our fresh water away. Just wasting all of our fucking water. Rather than spending of their actual U.S. Because the U.S. military industrial complex is just really short on money. Even if he's just some white American, you're going, wait, where's my healthcare, my housing, and where's all of our basic needs and shit? Where's our Build Back Better? And you look at your $780 billion and ballooning a military budget, right? And they don't have money for not even poisoning Hawaiians. They're poisoning their own U.S. military troops, infants, like children, women, the wives and husbands and children of the military the spouses and children are currently still months, years to over a month after Red Hill leak, they're still poisoning their own families. They're still not really doing what has to be done. They're still trying to bury it as much as possible. And fuck Native Hawaiians. Fuck the Native Hawaiians that they're illegally occupying. Here's the picture. Here's the pipe being filled. And look at, here, watch. They're filling the pipe. They're filling the pan with water from a tap in Hawaii. And look at the sheen on the surface of this water. I don't know if you can see this. Can you see the oil on the water? That's the tap water. It smells like a gas station. More on the poisoning. I've gone over this in multiple streams, of course. Okay. The U.S. military won't acknowledge or clean its catastrophic gas spill in Hawaii because the U.S. is illegally occupying Hawaii as a platform to plunder China, bomb Vietnam, Korea, Afghanistan. The U.S. troops and Hawaiian natives are expendable pawns. In case you didn't know, this is a quick little history lesson for everybody because I don't know who's watching. U.S. also saw us as a platform to make war in Asia. Stolen Hawaiian land was weaponized to launch B-52s into Vietnam. McKinley sold the theft of Hawaii to racist Americans with it will help us imperialize China. This is the U.S. linchpin of military strategy. The empire of the world, like the empire of Star Wars, is the United States, to be clear. The wars in Vietnam and Iraq were staged from Hawaii. U.S. Indo-PACOM, it is central to the United States still to this day, which is why we all have to, all the Ming-Na-Wens and all the Tumamoedo Morrisons, all the Asian and Pacific indigenous people have to stand together with economic and some of it military force, which is the only thing that the West respects. We have to educate each other about these things, but the people that run the United States and its military and all of the Western world and NATO and all of its alliances, they don't respect anything. But they respect nothing. They only fear violence and losses to their economic capitalist coffers. That's about it. These are the people. So that's why we have to all have. I would like the group of the friends in defense of the UN Charter: China, Vietnam, Cuba, Bolivia, etc., Venezuela, to support the Native Hawaiians in demanding the United States follow the UN High Commissioner on Human Rights judgment that the U.S. is an illegal occupation, a fraudulent annexation of the sovereign country of Hawaii, and the U.S. military must leave Hawaii immediately, and the government of the sovereign country of Hawaii must be followed, and its laws and its rules and its rulings must be enforced, not the U.S. occupier state. That is the orders of the UN High Commissioner on Human Rights, and we would like all of our international group of relatives and friends to help us with the enforcement of an international body ruling, which the U.S. has signed into, and their feet must be held to the fire internationally. This is the people who helped coup the United States against the government of Luluokalani. They were not sure how far they wanted to go, but they knew they had the support of the chief diplomat. This is what is happening. Not the U.S. is surrounding China with military bases. The Pacific, the command center for all of these bases that are attacking China is the Hawaii Indo-Pacific Command that deals with the Asia, Pacific, and Indian Ocean region. So China, we could really help you to stop the United States from its warmongering against you if you help us get the U.S. military bases out. It is not China with military bases in Toronto aiming missiles into Detroit. With China doesn't have aircraft carriers going up and down the east coast of the United States, threatening with the Chinese planes to fly over DC and bomb it. But that's what the U.S. is doing to China. Is warmongering and threatening all up and down and drumming up the China isn't going. The U.S. could invade Mexico at any moment, at any second now. The U.S. will aggress against Mexico. Oh, Mexico needs more Chinese missiles to aim into Colorado and California. They're not doing that. But you know who's doing that? U.S. is doing that. Okinawa, Taiwan, Philippines. Anyways, so we need international indigenous peoples and anti-capitalist, anti-imperialist peoples cooperation. More than 10,000 marching in Waikiki. So anyways, I'm gonna jump back to the and just so you know, when I talk about civilization being a bunch of bullshit, if you didn't know this, many Americans think Hawaiians lived in huts prior to colonization. The U.S. actually deindustrialized us before 1898. We already had electricity, mass transit, railroads. Iolani Palace had electric lights before the White House. This is the newspaper that documents all of this. In case you missed this in one of my streams, this is the Native Hawaiian run trained predating any American occupation. We didn't need you here to have the technological transfer. These are not colonizer trains. These are Native Hawaiian trains. Like in Boba Fett, we Hawaiians are not defined by our lack of technology. The lack of technology is you forcefully removing our access to it and then telling our own people that we are pre-technological. We already had the trains. We had the advanced mass transit systems. We had trains, trolleys, ferries. You could commute for low-cost public transit. Things that people beg for. American citizens beg for in the United States. Please, we want low-cost, cheap, accessible public mass transit. We already had that. Much better than most Western countries ever did, and better than the United States does today. So this is and yet they call us savages here. We had the higher literacy rate than the United States and Europe before colonization, and the banning of our culture and language, erasure of our history, and the ghettoization of our people. We also were often trilingual and world-renowned diplomats, in case you didn't know that. You think I was kidding when I was talking about that? This is 1869. A Hawaiian historian reported that Hawaii was the only Pacific government to be represented at an exposition in Paris. With a constitution in 1840 by our elected leader, Kamehameha III, books of law, newspapers, agricultural products, Bibles, textbooks, and other examples of civilized. That's the reason why it's in air quotes. That's why when Boba Fett says to the white settler colonial capitalist train conductors, going, we'll show you how civilized we are because we're not killing you right now. You deserve it because you keep slaughtering us innocent people and children every time you drive by. Look how civilized we are. We had the most literate civilization in the world. Faced with the preconceptions, the Europeans exclaimed, "This island is ahead in literacy, and the enlightened countries of Europe are behind it." There's never been any enlightenment in Europe. 54% of America can't read at a junior high level. Europeans still aren't enlightened. 75% of the French think America won World War II. Half of Europe is literally ready to burn all of Europe down in anti-vax and anti-mask, anti-vax rallies, spouting American freedom and tyranny rhetoric from the right wing. That's what Europe has never had an enlightened civilization. It's a total joke. The more books you read in English, the stupider you get, in French and Spanish. Kalakaua, one of our leaders, had invented a subaquatic vehicle when Jules Verne was still dreaming of 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. Hawaii was a living socialist Wakanda, an indigenous future with more technological, economic, and socio-politically advancedness than any Western nation. This is the actual torpedo-proof vessel and the actual subaquatic vehicle that was later built and actually functioned prior to the science fictional dreaming of submarines in Captain Nemo's underwater a little ship. The sovereign country of Hawaii had black citizens before the U.S. Civil War. U.S. had slaves that stepped on Hawaiian soil were considered free. Chinese were full citizens in Hawaii as the U.S. chained them to build railroads on the West Coast. With terrible racism and lynching of Asians, Canada was not the end of the Underground Railroad. Canada had segregation for black people. It still commits genocide to this day against Indigenous people under United Nations that also ruled you're doing genocide with 200 specific ways to remediate and rectify your genocide, but Canada's not following it because Canada don't give them no shit. And Canada also had terrible mass coolie labor abuse of its own Asians, building its railroads and its Vancouver, and then it genocided Asians in Vancouver, just like Colorado, just like in California, just like in Seattle, just like in Portland. With the greatest mass lynchings were of Asians, the Chinese specifically, but everyone who had quote-unquote slit eyes, which is a racist term, all were Chinamen. Hawaiians were identified as Chinamen too. They didn't Asia Pacific Islander. Asia Pacific Islander comes with all island Pacific people and Asian people. China, Japan, Maori, you're all just Chinamen. Philippine Chinamen. Fit for extermination. That's why we're all exterminated together. Kanaka Maoli and Chinese in the Chinatown fire of 1900. Because we're all the same thing. We're just all a bunch of coolies. Animals. Hawaii recognized the full humanity of Asians and African people. And this is a certificate of citizenship that expresses that. And then America, after it illegally occupied Hawaii, subjugated the black and Asians and exterminated them. An example of actual equality, democracy, existing socialism, along with Native Hawaiians. An example of actual equality, democracy, existing socialism without racial hatred, greater technological advancement, and a person of color nation. They put the U.S., the West, and Europe to shame, blew their white man's burden out of the water, which is why they illegally crushed white. The Boba Fett episode is actually perfect. It is exactly about this. The United States of America and its trains and its settlers, and Britain, its disgusting, barbaric parent that gave birth to America, and the white Anglo-Saxon Protestants that still run it, narco-trafficking, terrible people, carrying on the back the savage, backward Cubans, Hawaiians, Filipinos, Chinese, Indians, right? From barbarism, oppression, ignorance, vice, brutality, slavery, cannibalism, ignorance, cruelty, towards civilization on the hill, right? The light on the hill of the United States and the Western world, right? When this is a cartoon that was published in multiple of the most well-known and well-read journals in the United States. Famous image. That's why you still hear the word the white man's burden. It was because it was so well celebrated. They love this idea. Because it goes, oh, when we killed millions of you and stole billions of people's land, and we were just helping you. Asian, particularly Chinese, were a threat to the white oligarchy, despite Hawaiians being more civilized and advanced in all these ways, and then they just buried the history. This is why you're never gonna learn any. If you went to a high school or college or both, or if you have a PhD and you are surprised by what I'm telling you right now, that's because you don't have an education system and your degree is worth nothing. This is the most important thing that you would need to know to actually affect change in the real world, and also just because it's the truth. And it's not just Hawaii. Hawaii is just one of countless people, indigenous peoples across the world that this has happened to. And if you're surprised by all of this, then that's because you have a conditioning and indoctrination system, not an education system. And you're more brainwashed than the Chinese communists and the Vietnamese communists that you attack as being brainwashed, because they actually know who America is. Because it doesn't destroy communism to learn what capitalism is. But if capitalist people learn what communism is, then that's where the word brainwashing was invented, because it was describing American soldiers going to Korea and defecting to the North Korean communist side away from American capitalist-backed South Korea. And they blamed it on the Chinese brainwashing, Chinese communist brainwashing. That's what the word brainwashing is to describe, right? It actually means Xinao, it means to become educated. But the word brainwashing, when you say somebody's brainwashed, Chinese CCP brainwashed, shill, it's actually you that are brainwashed into attacking them as being brainwashed. But anyway, how do you undo all these layers of fucking bullshit? And then you say that one time and everyone else around you, you're surrounded by a bunch of members of the Matrix that are going to immediately jump out to defend their own bullshit non-education. No, America isn't brainwashed. We're all very smart. I have a degree. Look at my degree. Fucking anyway, Asian, particularly China. That's why it's so hard to educate the West, because everyone will come out with their 8-year degree that they spent $300,000 on and wave it around in your face and go, "I'm very smart." No. You know, it's not true. It's not possible. Everybody cries like Luke learning out that Vader's his father. Like, it's like, America, Darth Vader is your father. You know, like, your father is America and Britain, and they're the bad guy. It's like, no. You know, but Luke eventually accepts it, but most Americans and you Westerners don't accept it. You know, they just go, fuck that. No, I'm just a good guy, and I have no ancestors that are bad guys. Asians, and particularly Chinese, were a threat to white oligarchy because of the Hui system, whereby they avoided white banks and businesses. Hui were basically cooperatives, worker cooperatives. Chinese specifically married into Hawaiian families, hence names like Akana, Akau. This is the native Hawaiians at Iolani Palace, that is our capital, that had lights before the White House. And then nobody learns that. Especially not in the Waikiki, especially not in Bishop Museum, especially not in the college or in the public or private school, because that would break America's illegal occupation, wouldn't it? This is, you already saw that. Hawaii's coup was backed by U.S. gunboat diplomacy to smash a non-white country's building of an actual anti-racist, socialist, thriving country. It was a blueprint that would be used on countless Asian and Pacific Island countries, Latin American and African countries. All of our indigenous relatives would have the United States, and the Euro colonizers have already been practicing similar methods, but the U.S. method of coups, backed by gunboat diplomacy and U.S. military threat to force a country into development is a very American innovation on the British colonial mass violence, mass evil system. And this is an image of racist cartoons depicting us as N-words of the Pacific, just begging to get rid of our color revolution is going, oh, free Tibet, free Hong Kong, free Taiwan, free Libya, free Arab Spring, free this, and then what happened? Oh, bombed into Stone Age, fascist government descending into free Afghanistan, free the Fremen of Central Asia, of the San people. We didn't even get to there, but you can connect all the San people into the Fremen narrative of Dune, and then how they used right-wing fomented extremism in desert people, the San people of Earth, to cause to have chaos and war and violence on the borders of Russia and China, to stop Asian communists from gaining influence and power, and I don't know, spreading communism and liberation. And so this method of mass psychological operations to maintain and undo socialist, indigenous, technologically advanced countries was practiced in Hawaii. And America was like, wow, that was a really good job we did, just destroying Native Hawaiians and then burying the history. They tried to do this into Bolivia 3 times. Bolivia, with military and economic power, forced America out, with alliances with Russia and China, by the way. They both helped in different ways. Evo Morales has thanked both in different ways as counter-hegemonic forces against the U.S. imperial. Kazakhstan also is currently has right-wing extremists, ISIS, and U.S. the kind of people that like massacre and cut people's heads off, like trained by U.S.-backed extremists that are sent into Xinjiang, admitted by Sybil Edmonds, FBI whistleblower. Every extremist terrorist attack in that region was backed and funded by the United States. And CIA super spy said the fomenting and guiding the evolution, basically backing extreme far right, murderous, anti-women, anti-LGBTQ+ groups in Afghanistan work marvelously well against Russian communist threat, and now works well against the Chinese. And so Bolivia, Kazakhstan is currently undergoing something similar, backed by the United States. That's why anyways, that's a long story, and it's in progress. So we have to keep an eye on it. But U.S. is repeating in Kazakhstan what it did to Hawaii, which is back extremists. You know who the extremists were in Hawaii? White capitalist asshole racists. Those are the Mujahideen. They're not really the Mujahideen, but they're right-wing capitalist racist people inside that were backed by the United States to undo socialism and undo racial, economic, and gender and LGBTQ equality, because Hawaiians believed in we had full acceptance of gender fluid LGBTQ plus people, and America installed homophobia into Hawaiian hearts. Thanks a lot for that one also. Thanks a lot. Made my uncle, my father homophobic. Thanks for that. Really cool thing to do. U.S. military and CIA intervention since World War II, you know that one. Under international law, Hawaiians we are obliterated, diseducated, our history was removed. It was expressly written in the territory of Hawaii. History must be obliterated now that we've committed all these crimes. When I say they have to erase history and then lie about everything, they write about this in their own notes, in the minutes of DC, the Pentagon, and Hollywood. They even write about how we have to rewrite history. Otherwise, if our crimes our international crimes of the highest order come to light and we are ever brought to justice, this will undo all of the United States and all of our profit, all of our plunder, and we'll all go to we'll all see justice. But that's why they have to bury all the history. There can never be real history in the United States. And if you learn it, you can maybe get tenure if you don't talk too loud about it and just go sit in the ivory tower somewhere. Plunder resources and cheap labor. Homeless tent city is where I worked as a social worker, a STEM teacher for impoverished Hawaiians and Asian and Pacific Islander at-risk youth. Under international law, we are the victims of genocide, 40% higher death rate. We have the lowest life expectancy of any ethnic group, Native Hawaiians. Denationalization, removing of our country, banning of the language of publications of text in the native language. They banned Hawaiian publications, removing the symbols and all multiple conditions that consider which qualify as genocide. The United States has visited upon us, up on top of incinerating thousands of us in the conflagration of Chinatown that they have really buried well. You know what's a nice thing about burning a Chinatown? If anybody dies, nobody cares about Asians and Pacific Islanders. So you just like sweep the bodies into the gutter with all the ash. And all the files that would have said what happened, you just burn it all. That's why they like burning Asians alive. They really like it because it's a really clean way to get rid of them. Nobody cares. Nobody look into it. And now they're just all gone. And all the remaining Asians just cower into a smaller Chinatown. And you just keep burning them. They really like burning Asians and Pacific Islanders alive. Like they did in Hawaii in 1900. Thanks a lot for that one. 1 in 6 Hawaiian residents struggle to read. 40% of the we had the highest literacy rate. Now we have one of the lowest. 40% of our prisons are full of our people. 50% are housed on the mainland. In the same way that they house indigenous people far thousands of miles. Social workers rip indigenous children in Sioux territory. They take them halfway across the country, or the so-called Canadian country. Take them and put them with another family that they don't know and that is probably abusive, like Sioux's parents, who were physically, emotionally, financially abusive indigenous person in a white, I think it was Icelandic, but just white family in Canada. This process continues. This is where we live, in homeless villages that they don't take you to when you come to your Hawaiian vacation. Don't come on your fucking Hawaiian vacation until, you know what you can do? You can help the end of U.S. illegal occupation by the United States. And then after that, when we can, like Boba Fett, when we can like economically, materially, concretely benefit from the tourism, because we actually have control and we're not being humiliated every day and working starvation wages and being abused by this system, then you can come. Until then, you know what you can do? You can help us undo the structures that maintain that system. Until then, stay the fuck out of Hawaii. Also, don't bring COVID. Don't get COVID. You disease-ridden fucking white people. Jesus Christ. Stop getting COVID. Anyways, U.S. and Western imperialism's days are numbered. However, Hawaii will return to its indigenous, technologically advanced, economically developed, socialist reality that we had in the 1800s that China modeled itself on, where Sun Yat-sen was raised and grew up and then helped break the shackles off of China. That is now the most technologically advanced country on the planet Earth, and economically and socially, politically, and the greatest poverty alleviation on the face of the earth, and is enabling African billions of people in all colonized countries win-win cooperative, non-colonial, non-debt trap-based methods of development. And we trust that the Chinese will be with us finally, along with all of our other indigenous relatives, for the end of the subjugation of Hawaiians, because there still is no respect for Hawaiian cultures. Respect. Ultimately, it comes down to respect. Treating other people of different colors, histories, nationalities, languages with respect. To this day, the West has a colonial, disrespect-based mentality. It does not respect us. It doesn't even respect itself. It doesn't respect its fellow white people. It doesn't respect fellow Europeans. America is kidnapping Alstrom executives. America is spying on its own allies' phones. America doesn't respect itself. It doesn't even respect itself. That's why it's killing itself. It wants to die. So that's why it's got almost 1 million COVID deaths, and its own white troops are drinking jet fuel filled water. How do you teach these people that don't know how to like treat others with mutual respect and care, let alone themselves? I don't know. It's very hard, but we're not going to allow you to continue to operate in this self-destructive way. And when you trample Hawaiian culture, there won't be any Hawaiian culture for you. And there is a new fight building on Red Hill that is gaining international solidarity and international recognition. And you can expect this process to accelerate and continue as the U.S. Navy continues to poison its own troops. As it continues to poison its own troops, Hawaii was also overthrown 129 years ago. As the U.S. Navy continues and the U.S. system continues to harm its own people economically, right? you can expect this fight to grow and continue and manifest further. And you should really do well to like learn and alter your win-lose colonizer disrespectful barbaric ways. You should learn how to not be those people on that train yelling at the black and brown people to like stop being woke, cancel culture, just only talk about class if you're a Western leftist. The senator goes just being like just be more civil if you're a liberal when you're the uncivilized one, or if you're on the right, well, the right is just like, well, we want to just exterminate you and sit on the throne of your skulls. So I guess those people, I don't know. I guess it just gotta be. Hopefully some of them will just get out of that phase, because otherwise that's not gonna fly. I mean, liberals in themselves, left and liberals in the U.S. and in the West are also going to be on the menu for those people. So, and you're not going to have a lot left when, you're not going to have a lot of support, left and liberal in the U.S. I mean, ideally liberal will come all the way to the left, but you're not going to have a lot of support from the people that actually have the majority of the Earth's surface and the majority of the Earth's resources and population if you cannot mutually respect us and just demand that we follow white, patriot, American left leadership that is illegitimate for everything that I've just gone through. Anyway, I think that's a good place to end. Don't forget, Neofeud is on Steam. It does support everything that we do here. It's almost 3, so yeah, we really got to go. Neofeud is on Steam. If you have a second to leave even a very short review, it is massively appreciated. It is a game about racial, economic, political, and social inequality. It's a game about being a native Hawaiian growing up in the illegally occupied Hawaii under genocide, under denationalization, occupation, and also under a capitalist system and under a police, prison, and military industrial complex that subjugates us, but through a cyberpunk lens with cyborg social workers and John Connor coded $6 billion ballers and Matrix-like agents getting themselves shot up, and all kind of other fun, satirical, comedic stuff, but also very serious message under it, like disco listening with cyberpunk characteristics. You can also find Neofeud at itch.io. Neofeud is on itch. Wow, my voice is really hoarse today. I did a lot of talking loud. Neofeud is also on itch for Windows, Mac, and Linux. It is on sale. It is also a game you can get without installing Steam if you don't want to install Steam. It does support everything that we do here at the Silver Spook Cooperative. You can also get Decolonators, which is a game about kicking capitalist colonizer butt out of Vietnam in a retro arcade game glory. It's a shame we have to bomb the human rights, freedom, and capitalism into you people, but no pain, no gain. So you get to kick John McCain's colonizer butt, flying U.S. Navy. You don't like the Navy because you live in Hawaii and they're poisoning. You want to kick the U.S. Navy's ass in a historically accurate video game about the Vietnamese communists kicking capitalist America's military's ass. You can play this game and be back with your tank and blow away a bunch of fucking colonizers in a video game. Obviously, in a video game. To be fair, most video games made in the West are about Westerners blowing away brown and black people across the world in the places they've invaded. Like lots of Call of Duty and Counter-Strike. Anyways, that's Decolonators. You can also support us at Patreon at patreon.com/Neofeud. Patreon.com/Neofeud. You can support us here, and you can also get access to the Discord of Silver Spook Discord. You get access to Silver Spook updates on Neofeud 2 and other things we're working on. You can follow us also at Silver Spook Games at octodon.social here on Mastodon. Mastodon is a decentralized, non-capitalist, federated, open-source social media platform similar to Twitter, but without billionaires, the Pentagon, Wall Street, and Silicon Valley surveillance capitalist entities deciding what you see and what you don't see at Silver Spook Games at octodon.social. However, while we have access to the Death Star satellites, you can also follow at Silver Spook Guy, which is a personal account, and you can also follow Silver Spook Games minus the E in silver for the game-related stuff, like Neofeud 2. And Neofeud 1 when it goes on sale, and Terminus Cyberstar at Silver Spook Games. You can follow Terminus Terminus C, Terminus Cyberstar, which is a 3D cyberpunk game that is like Deus Ex and System Shock 2, made by a handful of artists, writers, programmers, etc. I'm the content director / lead writer of this game, and it is coming out sometime in the near future. I don't know when though. So if that sounds interesting, then do consider checking out Terminus at Terminus C on Twitter. You can join the Discord over there if you want to join that Discord and keep up with that. Thank you all of these people, as always, all of our gracious patrons. Thanks to all the patrons, and thanks of course always to Holly for moderating and maintaining, keeping the chat in check as always. And until next time, keep your mirror shades polished, be excellent to each other. I do, if you can get access, there's only 2 episodes, but episode 2 of Boba Fett is the one I've mostly been talking about, so I do recommend that one. It is pretty good, and it is not just in terms of like, is the action good, the acting good, the writing and story and all that stuff good. It is to my mind saying something very important in a Star Wars universe that is pissing off the right people. And when I say right, I mean with a capital R, and maybe put the letter W where the letter R is too. It's pissing off those people. Until next time, have a good one. All right. Oh shit, where's my off button here?